Good morning. This hearing session is now open. It forms part of the examination of the South Oxfordshire and Vale of Whitehorse Joint Local Plan. My name is GJ Fort, and alongside my colleagues, Dr. Rachel Bust and Caroline Malloy, we are the inspectors appointed by the Secretary of State to conduct the examination and to report to the councils in due course. I'm getting a bit of echo here that is quite distracting. Okay, let's try that again. So the format of the hearing is a structured and focused discussion that we shall lead. So before we go any further, if we could ask participants around the table to introduce themselves, please, starting with representatives of the councils.
Thank you, sir. Madams, my name is Michael Bedford, King's Counsel, providing legal support to the two councils.
Good morning. My name is Tim O'Reilly. I'm the Director of Policy and Programmes here at South Oxfordshire and District Council and Vale of Whitehorse.
Hello, my name's Lucy Murfitt. I'm the Policy Manager at South and Vale.
Good morning. My name is Alison Williams and I'm the lead officer for the councils on the sustainability appraisal and habitats regulations assessment of the plan.
Good morning, Julia Civello from Urban Edge Environmental. We are the consultants who've undertaken the SA and the HRA.
Hello, I'm Ben Marner from Air Quality Consultants. I carried out the air quality modelling that informed the HRA.
Thank you. And could I ask others around the table to introduce themselves, please, starting with Oxford City Council.
Simon Bird Casey, providing legal support to the City Council.
Rachel Williams, Planning Policy Manager at Oxford City Council.
Paul Tucker, King's Counsel, on behalf of Dorchester, together with my colleague.
Ian Ponter.
Shamil Sheikh of Council on behalf of Gladman.
Megan Streets, Planning Manager at Gladman Developments.
Annie Jingle, Director at Turley on behalf of Blaw.
Christopher Tennant, WSP, acting on behalf of Defence Infrastructure Organisation.
Peter Canavan, Carter Jonas for various clients.
Ben Ward Marrons for Coalcar Strategic Land.
Good morning, Mike Knott from Stantec, acting for various clients.
Good morning, David Bainbridge, Savills, acting for Bolney Court Inc.
Sorry.
Good morning, Jacqueline Mulliner, Tor & Co for Blenheim Strategic Partners.
Councillor Jeanette Camps-Walsh, Chairman of Beckley and Stowood Parish Council.
Thank you. The Programme Officer for the examination is Mr. Ian Kemp, who should be the main point of contact prior to and after the hearing sessions and should be copied into all correspondence. So now would be a good time to switch off mobile phones or turn them to silent. And before we continue any further, could the councils indicate any procedures in the event of a fire and any other housekeeping remarks that they might have.
Thank you very much. Yes, good morning and welcome everyone. I'll just give a few housekeeping announcements if that's okay. So this meeting is being held at the council offices at Abbey House in Abingdon and is also being live streamed on the council's YouTube channel for public viewing. We are not expecting a fire alarm today. However, in the event of a fire or emergency, please sound the alarm by operating the nearest break glass point, but you do not need to dial 999. The monitoring station is responsible for contacting the fire brigade. Should the fire alarm sound, please evacuate the building via your nearest fire escape, which is just here. Those are. And then go down the staircase and meet at the assembly point, which is located at the back of Abbey House in the Abbey Gardens. If you follow security staff and the council team members to leave the building. There is a yellow highlight on the map by the meeting room door for the specific location of the assembly point. Officers will assist you with any evacuation. Please remain at the assembly point until authorised to leave. Whilst evacuating, if the alarm ceases to sound, please continue to leave the building until you are told to return by a member of staff or security team. If you need assistance to get downstairs via the evacuation chair, please go to my colleague Oliver Moore or Tom Rice, who are evac chair trained and who will help you. On to other housekeeping matters. As you'll have seen on your way in, all visitors are asked to sign in and sign out at the registration desk, please, when you arrive and depart. There are toilets found towards the back of the room. There is one, you turn left, there is one just there, and then there are more if you go through the doors into the main hallway. There's drinking water and cups available at the mini kitchenette, which is just on the right, halfway down the room. When you go out for lunch, please take all your possessions with you upon leaving the building because unattended items may be treated as a threat by the security team. The meeting is being live streamed and made available via the council's YouTube channel. Please do not record the meeting on any personal devices and ensure that they've been placed on silent. You've probably already worked this out now, but to make the microphones work, you press the red microphone button, not the thing that looks like a button in the middle. The sound for the live stream comes entirely from the microphones, so please make sure you're using the microphone because if you're just speaking to the room, it won't be picked up. The Wi-Fi password is available on the room notices or in front of you. And I think that's it, but happy to answer any questions if you have any problems to do with housekeeping. Thank you.
Thank you. We're doing a bit of a triple act for these hearing sessions, so just bear with us. So the plan under examination is the Regulation 19 version of the joint plan, which was submitted for examination on the 9th of December 2024. Prior to submission, Regulation 18 consultation took place. We have copies of all the representations received at that stage, and we will take those into account. As you're aware, Stage 1 hearings were held last year on a focused range of legal and compliance and strategic matters. Following those, a post-hearing letter was issued containing findings on the duty to cooperate, which at that point was a legal compliance matter. Subsequently, legislative changes which came into effect in March of this year have removed the duty to cooperate as a legal compliance matter relevant to the preparation and examination of plans such as this plan. Consequently, we held a procedural meeting on the 12th of February 2026 between the inspectors and the council to discuss how the examination might progress in this changed legislative context. And the procedural meeting also followed up on action points from the first set of hearings. So just to clarify, the second stage of hearings revisit some of the strategic aspects of Stage 1, with a focus on changes since then. Can everyone still hear me okay with the helicopter in the background there? Can you hear me okay still?
It's very low.
Right, I'll put the mic a bit close, conscious of the helicopter there. So yeah, the second stage hearing revisits some of the strategic aspects of stage one with a focus on changes since then, including in respect of how the matter of effective cooperation is expected to be assessed in examinations. We have produced guidance notes for the examination and also identified matters, issues and related questions, and these are published on the examination website and paper copies made available via the programme officer if anyone needs them. We have received hearing statements from the councils and from others as listed, and these are included on the examination webpage. The councils have also published a set of proposed changes to the plan to those consulted upon at Reg 19, and these will be considered alongside the submitted plan, along with other proposed modifications set out in our response to the MIQs. So in terms of today's hearing sessions, the matters to be discussed today will be focus questions based on and taking forward the MIQs and the associated written statements received. We intend to take a mid-morning, lunch and mid-afternoon breaks insofar as possible in accordance with the timetable, and we'll need to be flexible in terms of the timing of those. Thank you.
So in terms of our overview and our role for the examination, we are tasked with considering the soundness of the plan in accordance with the criteria of the National Planning Policy Framework, and also whether it is legally compliant. So the hearings are intended to assist us in that regard. So in submitting the plan, the councils consider that it is sound and legally compliant. So that's the starting point for the examination. So if you're challenging that soundness and or legal compliance of the plan, then you'll need to explain to us why and what changes might be necessary to make it sound. So it's important to note that due to the transitional arrangements relating to the examination of this plan, the version of the framework published in December 2023 is the relevant one for the purposes of this examination. And the councils have specifically requested us to recommend any main modifications that may be necessary to ensure the soundness and legal compliance of the plan. So it's important to point out that our task in these regards is one of ensuring adequacy and not perfection. So if something's already sound and legally compliant as submitted, then we've got no power to recommend any changes to seek to improve the plan or make it more sound. So consequently, with these things in mind, we're going to be conducting the examination in a proactive and solution-orientated manner. So we'll welcome your assistance with this task. So we have read and we'll take into account the hearing statements that have been prepared and also the original representations that were made. So there's no need to repeat all of those. Instead, our aim is to move the discussion on from the documents and deal with more specific questions or areas where there are aspects where we need to explore a little bit more. So at times we might ask for a more general contribution or a summary of your position. But when contributing to the discussions, it would be helpful to us if contributors would stick to the matter in hand and refrain from commenting on unrelated matters and expanding sideways. We've got 3 days allocated for the hearing sessions this week, with an additional half day's contingency if required. Now, it may be that some matters, elements of matters will be best deferred to subsequent days in order that we keep on track. So matters that are covered on one day and things that are said don't need to be repeated subsequently in separate sessions. So in order to test the plan for soundness and legal compliance, we'll need to ask questions. And you'll have already seen that we've been doing this through the preliminary questions and correspondence with the council, in the published MIQ documents and other hearing sessions. And both the councils and other participants have already responded to these. So the questions will continue today. However, anything that's asked should should not be taken as demonstrating a particular predisposition on our part. We're just exploring aspects of the plan. We'll normally start a particular topic by asking the councils for a response to the questions that we have indicated, and then we'll bring in other participants. So if you wish to comment, please indicate by turning your nameplate on its side. We may also invite contributions from you on specific points where we think this might assist the examination. In speaking during the hearing, we'd request that you're concise and specific. And in particular, if you wish to highlight certain parts of your statement or other documents that form part of the examination, then it would be really helpful to us if you can provide the pinpoint reference. Everyone contributing should use the microphones when speaking to us.
It is up to the councils to propose further changes to the plan, and we would ask that they keep a record of any possible changes that arise during the course of today's discussions. Any changes that would constitute main modifications will be subject to future consultation. So the examination remains open until our report is submitted to the councils. However, no further representations or evidence will be accepted after the hearing sessions are finished unless we specifically request otherwise. Moreover, we are not anticipating any further written submissions during the course of the hearing sessions, but we may request further material should discussions indicate that that will be useful. There'll be a short session at the end of each sitting day to ensure that any suggested modifications or additional items such as topic papers or other evidence or action points that we might request suggested during the course of discussions have been adequately recorded. And we ask the councils to maintain a record of these actions as we proceed. Are there any questions at this stage about any procedural aspects of the hearings? Mr. Tucker.
Not a procedural issue, but I confess that the echo that's coming from the microphones is deeply off-putting, and I suspect is going to impact upon the concentration of lots of people around the room. So I don't know if there's anything the reverb needs to be turned off. And sir, I appreciate you'll have been looking down, but you can see a lot of furrowed brows around the table as people are trying to focus. Feels like we're in an episode of 1970s Doctor Who. So I don't know if it's possible just to turn the reverb down on the microphones, perhaps.
I can see that colleagues are trying to sort out this problem. I think the issue is that if we turn down the volume coming out of the speakers, then those at the back of the room can't hear. So yeah, it's trying to get the balance right between the sound, those things.
Mr. Bainbridge, did you want to come in?
Thank you, sir, madam. I hope it's an appropriate opportunity to raise this point, and forgive me if you consider it is not. But I just wondered whether it is still under consideration as to whether there might be stage 3 examination hearings held. I appreciate you may not have concluded on that, but just the principal point as to whether you are still giving consideration to the potential for stage 3 hearings. Thank you.
Yeah, we're still giving consideration to potential for stage 3. So before we come to the council's opening statement, I suggest we take a short adjournment. So if people do want to go to the overflow room, they can. And then we'll try and get these levels sorted out on the microphone. So I suggest just a 10-minute break while we consider this again, please. Yeah. So coming back at 10 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, well, we'll resume the hearings. Still got a bit of echo. In fact, a lot of echo. Much worse over here. No, that is like Doctor Who, Mr. Tucker.
Right, just checking. Is that any better? You can hear okay at the back. Yeah.
Okay, so if we could ask the councils, please, to make any opening statement that they may have.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Tim Aruye, Director of Policy and Programmes at South Oxfordshire and Vale of Whitehorse District Councils. I am pleased to welcome everyone attending today, both here at Abbey House and remotely, to this second stage of examination hearings. In the interests of brevity, I will not repeat the points covered in my opening statement of June 2025, which is available in the examination library as LPA 23 and remains accessible online. Instead, I would like to express my appreciation to the inspectors for the opportunity to resume these hearings. Since we last met, significant progress has been made. Most notably, all Oxfordshire councils have now signed a memorandum of understanding on the scale of unmet housing need. We are pleased to confirm that there is now full agreement across the local planning authorities county-wide, both on the level of unmet need for Oxford to the year 2045, and that collectively provision is being made to accommodate it. We reconvene at a time of considerable change within both the planning system and local government. Nationally, we continue to see evolving policy and legislative reform. With a new Prime Minister on the horizon, there is uncertainty about the content and timescales of the emerging new NPPF. We recognise that some participants may point to this uncertainty, particularly in relation to future housing requirements and pending national policy updates. However, this plan falls within the transitional arrangements of the current NPPF, perhaps the only part of government policy we have certainty on currently, and is therefore being examined against the 2023 National Planning Policy Framework, its associated guidance, and its standard method housing numbers. The submitted plan meets and indeed exceeds those requirements, as well as accommodating the agreed share of Oxford's unmet needs. At the same time, we have already commenced work on Joint Local Plan 2, with a formal notice and timetable recently published. This enables us to respond proactively to future policy changes through the new plan-making framework. Joint Local Plan 2 will be prepared in accordance with the policy and housing requirements in force at that time, ensuring that any future changes in national direction can be addressed through the next plan rather than delaying progress on this one. We also acknowledge the significant reforms proposed for local government. Current expectations are that South Oxfordshire and Vale of Whitehorse District Councils will transition to new unitary arrangements in 2028, and the geography of those arrangements may become clearer over the summer. In parallel, Work is progressing on new strategic planning structures, including spatial development strategies, and there is the potential for additional plan-making bodies to emerge in future. While the geography and detail of these new bodies remains uncertain, they do not diminish the need for an up-to-date local plan in the meantime. For that reason, we do not believe it would be appropriate or justified to pause this plan, delay progressing the Joint Local Plan 2, or defer plan making pending future reforms. The purpose of these hearings is to complete the Joint Local Plan 1 examination process and move towards adoption of our first ever Joint Local Plan. If you believe as we do, and as the NPPF requires, in a plan-led system for making development management decisions, then there is every benefit to putting this up-to-date plan in place. It will bring unified policies between South and Vale, replacing the policies in our adopted plans from 2016, 2019 and 2020. This will provide certainty for communities, applicants and decision makers, set a clear framework to deliver the planned growth while enabling us, guided by the expertise of our talented policy planners and partners, to focus on Joint Local Plan 2 on the challenges and opportunities presented by the incoming wave of planning reforms. Ultimately, this plan is about building sustainable communities for the future and helping to create a better, healthier and more resilient future for the people and places we serve. Thank you again for the opportunity to reintroduce this plan. Thank you.
Is the council happy to submit the opening statement to the examination? Okay. Okay, thank you very much. We're now going to move on to the agenda. And the first point, the local development scheme. So it's still a little bit of feedback. It's a bit disconcerting, but I'll just continue. So the council has submitted the updated local development scheme adopted by both councils in June, I believe, is that right? To the examination library. Can the councils just start off by outlining the key dates for the JLP in the LDS? Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. The new LDS has been approved by our full councils on the 17th and 18th of June and has been submitted to the examination library and is LPA 74. This new LDS shows adoption in May 2027, which we think is a realistic timescale and plenty of time. Just to give you some other milestones on the run up to that, we have assumed in the LDS that we have further examination hearings in October, November 2026, and that we receive the inspector's report in March 2027, and then move towards adoption in May 2027.
Okay, thank you for that. Just in terms of the timescales, you're looking potentially to adopt May 2027. Just thinking about where we are now, potential third stage hearings in October, November. Then the council would have to go through the modifications process. It seems to me it's quite challenging timetable to get the plan adopted by May 2027 in terms of where we are now.
We are hopeful that it is doable, but obviously the timetable during the examination is in your hands, and we're happy to work with you to fit in any stages that we need to. But we did submit the plan in December 2024, and under the new plan system, it's notable that it's a 30-month programme for getting a plan to adoption, including the examination. So, as you know, we work very hard and we are willing to do whatever we can to fit it in by May 2027. If it doesn't fit in within May 2027, that would be okay too. We'll talk in a while, I'm sure, about the plan period, and we know that we're eating into the next monitoring year as it is.
Okay, thank you. It's in some ways it's quite good to have a challenging target to aim for, isn't it? Were there any other points around the room in terms of the timetable, Mr. Bainbridge?
Thank you. Very useful to hear the summary from the joint authorities and indeed your questioning, Ma'am, as well. It can be quite challenging for participants. Do let me know if I'm shouting. I can just hear my voice very loud. Is that okay? Sorry. Thank you very much. And also the echo as well, which keeps coming. But nonetheless, it can be very challenging for participants as to identify the tests of soundness. And obviously, as you've mentioned, we're under the December 2023 NPPF, and of course we've got the 4 aspects of soundness when it comes to the timeline. But there must be a consideration for examining inspectors as to when the consideration is enough is enough. You may well no doubt take a view as to when enough is enough, especially in respect of the challenging that the timeline set out in just the recently adopted LDS is challenging for adoption in May of next year. The final comment I would make, and I appreciate, inspectors, you would not wish participants to jump ahead of the agenda, is the joint authorities comment in respect of eating into the monitoring year, which I assume is the point about May 27 adoption projection, and what that might mean for plan period. And it might well be for a future hearing session as to what the options might be presented by the joint authorities regarding the plan period, implications for spatial strategy and growth targets. Appreciate, inspectors, that's not a matter necessarily for us immediately today, but I just wondered whether you might take the time to consider whether the authorities may be tasked to suggest anything in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you. We are coming on to the plan period fairly shortly. Just to check, are there any other points? Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Inspector. I'm bound to observe, and this is the smallest of small points, that if one looks at page 12 of the LDS, that the timescale that's set out there does not include main mods, does not include a consultation period for main mods, and self-evidently, you as inspectors cannot come to a final conclusion on soundness until you have read, digested and understood the responses to main mods. So to suggest that that can all be done within the timescale is simply unrealistic. So challenging is one thing, lack of realism is another. And the starting point is that timescale just simply does not build in an essential process. And indeed, we have within a later matter statement for this week, significant main mods that are being brought forward upon which my clients, I'm sure, would wish to be consulted and would have representations. So the starting point, I'm afraid, is simply an unrealistic timescale, not a challenging one. Almost as challenging as the audio.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Yeah, I'm finding it a little bit disconcerting, I have to say. Right, thank you for that. I'm sure we'll come back to timescales and we'll see how we get on today.
Madam, can I just make a comment on that particular point? Michael Bedford for the Joint Local Authorities. Madam, what we've done with the LDS is to present it in exactly the same format as every other version of the LDS. And so what we do is we don't show specific entries for activities which are part and parcel of the plan making process. But what we have shown, as you will have seen, are periods for the examination hearings, which obviously includes this month, and then includes potentially the October and November. And then there is a 3-month period prior to any expectation of the inspector's report. And certainly, Madam, you will be aware that the general practice for consultation on main modifications is to allow a period of 6 weeks for the consultation period itself, because that mirrors the timescale in the 2012 regulations. But that is clearly achievable within a 3-month period. Obviously, there is some time to be allowed, both before the publication of the main modifications, for some dialogue between the councils and the inspectorate as to what the content of those main modifications should be. And there is also, inevitably, after the consultation, a period for you as inspectors to consider the results of those. But it is, with respect, not fair for Mr. Tucker to say that there's been no allowance for main modifications. I think we might have a discussion, and obviously, Madam, you've got your own views already as to how challenging it would be. But we see absolutely no reason why it's not achievable within that time frame, and therefore we don't consider you should be approaching this on the basis that the council has not allowed for main modifications in building the timeline. We certainly have, and I say it's just more a practical discussion about the steps to be taken. So I hope that the consideration of this issue will focus on practicalities rather than what I may say is a poor point about saying that consultation hasn't even been considered in the LDS. Thank you, Madam.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll come back to it, I'm sure, at some point in the examination, but we need to keep it under review. But I'm going to hand on to my colleague to discuss the sort of twin tracking element under the new system.
So in the opening statement, you've touched on the sort of twin tracking, as we're calling it, in terms of we've got plan under examination here, and the recent regulations have also mandated sort of immediate production of a new style local plan. So in terms of an overview on how you see that working, just as a sort of introduction to this discussion, do you want to give us thoughts on the kind of practicalities of that and how the council see that playing out?
Yeah, thank you very much. So yes, we have started work on our new style local plan, and we took a decision to our full councils on the 17th and 18th of June and have now published our notice of intention to commence and timetable for the new plan, which we published the next day on the 19th of June, so 11 days before the statutory deadline. And these statutory documents are in the examination library now as LPA 75. So the twin tracking approach ensures that we remain compliant with the new system whilst maintaining momentum on the Joint Local Plan 1. As we know, the government wants local plans that are an advanced stage under the existing system to progress to adoption as soon as possible, increasing up-to-date plan coverage. It will be a challenge, but we are an efficient and hardworking officer team. We have created sub-teams for JLP1 and JLP2, and we have project management systems in place. There are no implications for the progression or soundness of the current plan at examination.
Thank you. You were seen in the hearing statements, there's quite a lot of sort of comments that there'll be periods where potentially sort of consultation on the new plan might overlap with consultation on any main modifications that were made to this plan, and the potential for kind of confusion to be caused by that, or sort of consultation fatigue. Have you got any views on the implications of that?
You're right, there is that potential, but I think that working with our comms team, we are pretty good at simple, clear, effective communications. We've already put out a press release on the 3rd of June around the time of our cabinet meetings that explains very clearly the twin tracking approach. And I'll just quote from Councillor Andy Forsham, our cabinet member, who says, "We will have our work cut out for us in developing a second plan, but on the strength of our previous work on the first joint local plan, we will rise to the occasion and bring the same dedication and determination to see it through, handing over the baton to the new authority when the time comes." So, yeah, we're not worried about consultation fatigue and confusion. It's something we will address and make sure we get right through simple comms.
So just one more from me before we open the floor up to sort of comments on this. So you've seen in the hearing statements a lot of, again, a lot of commentary on about the potentially very limited lifespan of the plan under examination, and you know, potentially 2 years. The council's got any particular view on that, on how material that might be in terms of the examination that we're conducting now?
Yes, it is sad for us as officers. We've obviously invested 5 years, a lot of career time, a lot of public money and effort in JLP1. And it is true that it is likely that JLP2 will replace that plan in about 2 years, so in mid-2029. But it's still worth doing. It will give us a unified set of DM policies between South and Vale while the JLP2 is prepared. And it will replace the 3 local plans that we now have in South and Vale, which are 10, 7 and 6 years old respectively. So it's much better to finish and adopt JLP1 in 2027 than to wait for JLP2 to be adopted in mid-2029, by which times the adopted plans would be 13, 10 and 9 years old respectively. And if I could just add, the twin tracking isn't something we have any choice or option over. It is a requirement that we start, and therefore that's what we're doing. Thank you.
So could I just add a point on that in terms of the overarching position? As you will know, the government established the reforms and the timetable for the reforms at a national level, and it's fair to observe that there are a number of authorities, it's about 30, who fall into the kind of the twin tracking world. And so the joint local plan is not unique in that respect. And there will be other authorities who are also looking at both 2 things. One, running an existing examination through to its continuation and completion. And secondly, embarking on the journey for a plan under the new regime. So that's one common feature. We're not, as it were, special in that respect. The second is that the time period for the new plans for any of them is unlikely to be before 2029, because that's how the 30-month window really works from the October of 2026. And obviously, that is, as it were, a minimum timeline, assuming that in all of those future examinations, the particular inspectors at Gateways 2 or Gateway 3 don't require pauses. So the benefit of achieving completion of the existing plans is both it's useful in and of itself, because the process has started, and if those plans are sound, there's no good reason why they shouldn't complete. But secondly, chronologically, there is a great deal of benefit in having plan-wide coverage between 2027 and 2029, because that's a 24-month period when, if I say, as Mr. Aru referred to earlier, if, as we would say you should do, you accept the central premise of the MPPF, which is that we should have a plan-led system for making development management decisions, having a 24-month vacuum is the antithesis of a plan-led system. And certainly one shouldn't be looking to achieve that. One should be looking to achieve completion of existing plans through the examination process. And I say, I come back to the starting point, which is that if the government had believed that twin tracking wasn't realistically achievable, it wouldn't have established the timetables that it has. Nobody, certainly thus far, has identified that there's some particular special factor about South and Vale's joint local plan and the need for twin tracking that would separate it out and suggest, well, it should be treated in a different way. Because, I say, the logistical or management tasks that face this authority or these joint authorities with twin tracking are equally faced by all the other 30-odd councils who are also having to grapple with the same issue. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Knott.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, I think just to kind of make the point at the start, that an overarching point that I think is going to come up repetitively through the examination hearings this week is Mr. Bainbridge's enough is enough principle. And I think to Mr. Bedford's point about what makes the JLP and this area special, my point, and the point raised by others, is the JLP actually makes no contribution, positive contribution, towards the achievement of sustainable development. In many respects, it takes us backwards, and that is a point we'll come back to in more detail. But in terms of the council's position on this specific point, twin tracking, in relation to the LDS for the JLP1, the council's submissions is that it will work very hard to achieve adoption by May 2027. And we've already discussed, and don't need to go back over, how realistic or otherwise that target is. Any overrun will take the JLP1 squarely into overlap with consultation, which the council for JLP2 is looking at in June, July. And that obviously requires, to achieve that, committee approval earlier than that in May, if not before. And that is set out in the notice of intention, which is LPA 75, which identifies consultation on proposed plan content, evidence base, including scoping report for undertaking SEA, SA of the emerging plan. And this consultation is a very important stage of the process. In effect, it is a first draft of the plan ahead of Gateway 2. And for those who have nothing better to do with their time than dial into PIN's plan making webinar yesterday, which was very, very helpful, Simon Barclay explained to viewers how important that is and the amount of work that is required to go into that. I've heard from the council the efforts that they are to make in order to undertake twin tracking. The suggestion of sub-teams suggests strongly to me that we are ultimately looking at diverting resources that would otherwise be well put to ensuring that the draft plan consultation for June, July 2027 is robust, that is in the best possible position to move forward successfully, and indeed with the view of hoping that the sequel is better than the first, ensure that the work to allocate sites for new development over and above the current adopted plans is done robustly. The council's statement for matter one suggests there is no implications of twin tracking, and our position, as you will have seen from our submissions, that just is not credible and not supported by the council's submissions.
Thank you. Ms. Mulliner.
Thank you, sir. Just dealing with the point of no implications for soundness of the twin tracking and progression of this particular plan, I don't altogether agree with that. Clearly, maybe slightly premature to mention the new MPPF is hopefully on its way in the next couple of weeks. And at that point, the development management policies in the plan will be superseded. And so there are implications for soundness. And looking at that, and that's irrespective of testing under the current MPPF, but for decision-making purposes, which is why the council is keen to have this plan through, it says, is to have a plan in place for those decisions. The plan will actually start carrying very little weight, and the new plan will start carrying increased weight as it moves through. And that's just a basic point, even before we start talking about plan period, housing numbers, and other implications as we move through the next 2.5 year period.
Okay, who wants to come in from Gladman?
Thanks, Mr. Sheikh. I won't repeat a number of the points that have already been made and can be found within our Matter 1 hearing statement. But the point I wish to expand on is at 1.1.4 of our hearing statement, which is reference to WS1/8. And that's specifically a point that's been made, which is that the local plan currently under examination doesn't seek to boost the housing need and doesn't provide for new housing allocation above what was allocated in the previous adopted plans. And therefore, in essence, when one looks at the potential time that it might be in effect, which is circa 2 years, in essence, the local authorities do not need this new local plan currently under examination to secure the level of development which is currently being proposed, especially when looked at in comparison to the new local plan, which will be progressing with a significantly higher local housing need figure when based on the 2024 MPPF.
Thank you, sir. There's a theme of what's being said by the councils here, which are straw man arguments. And can I address those? The first is the suggestion that the alternative to twin tracking is to create a 24-month vacuum within which there would not be anything. Yes, there would be a draft plan under Gateway 1. We've been told, presumably, notwithstanding our concerns in our hearing statement, properly resourced, there would be that draft plan. Second straw man is the proposition that, well, there's nothing special identified with this authority. There are 30 or so other authorities who are in the same position and are faced with twin tracking. With respect, that is not right. There's 39 authorities that are facing the overlapping provisions. Those 39 authorities are at different stages, and each of those authorities are faced with a choice. For example, one of them is Wiltshire, who've actually withdrawn their plan now. But they're at different stages, and they need to face a choice as to whether or not it makes sense to twin track or not. So to say we're just in amongst the crowd and there's nothing different, nothing to see here, is not right. It's a straw man argument, and it doesn't take the council any further. Why do we say it's a relevant factor? One of the points that we raise in our matter statement, and it's 2WS 1/14. It's really weird hearing yourself coming back. We raise it at 1.2.5 of our hearing statement, is the issue of confusion. It is fair to say the council this morning, in their last observations, said that they're going to be very clear, and it'd be down to the comms team to make sure there's clarity here. Well, I'm afraid there's already been a failure in that regard, which underscores our concern on confusion. You were told, inspectors, in the council's opening statement, that what is being proposed here is an up-to-date plan. You were told that there are benefits of putting in place an up-to-date plan. Completely agree. This is not an up-to-date plan. By definition, it's been reviewed under the 2023 MPPF. Within a couple of weeks, that'll be 2 iterations of MPPF ago. But more concerning, and this is a point that we do major on in our hearing statement, if one turns to the table under paragraph 1.2.10 of our hearing statement, and this is the sense check point about what you've been told this morning, that this will be an up-to-date plan. It can't be, because we set out the contrast between what is set out for as the requirements in the plan and the submitted plan, rather than the main mod, and what the latest standard methodology figures are. And the differences are huge. South Oxfordshire, 579 in submitted plan dwellings per annum, latest standard methodology from May 2026 in our matter statement, 1208. And yet you are being told, by which I mean you, the public, for those that are looking, as well as you, the inspectors, that there is benefit in putting in place an up-to-date plan. The reality is what Mr. Bedford candidly said, which is there benefit in having a less out-of-date plan in place for a very short period of time? The point that we debated under LDS is how short a period of time that might be. It will be self-evidently less than 2 years. And I should say that when I mentioned the LDS point, I missed out the asterisks, and the asterisks on the table for the key stages says this is all subject to what the inspectors have to say about matters. But certainly it's our suggestion that May of 2027 for adoption of this plan is a bet I would love to take behind the scenes with Mr. Bedford, because it's wholly unrealistic. It will be shorter than a 2-year gap, but Mr. Bedford introduced a new idea in terms of the benefits of twin tracking, which is, well, there might be delays at each of the gateways. And therefore, even if it is, let's say, adoption at the end of 2027, so it would be an 18-month period for the plan. Well, if Gateway 2 is delayed, for example, then it may be a 2-year plan rather than an 18 months plan. And that builds in some degree of assistance. With respect, that's a very odd submission for the authorities to be making at this stage. Namely, yes, of course, there is the possibility of the plan, the emerging plan, being delayed, but the authorities still have the obligation under the statute to conclude that the plan is sound at the point of submission, not to ask a preceding set of inspectors to work on the assumption that there's every chance that the plan won't be sound at the point of submission and that there'll be a need for some delays. So bring it all the way back. Why do we make this point? We make the point in relation to the difficulties of baking into a plan which will be the most up-to-date plan whilst also being out of date as the baseline for decision making until such time as the new plan, which will be up to date in absolute rather than relative terms, coming into play. And the effect of that is likely to be a reduced level of delivery on the ground. And if one wants the proof of the pudding, the Memorandum of Understanding published last week ought to have on it the words sense check on housing delivery in Oxfordshire. Because time and again, one has the attribution of housing from back in 2014 and the comment, there hasn't been delivery. And there hasn't been delivery in terms of Oxford's overspill from either of these two authorities, which we'll no doubt talk about later on in the week. That's the sense check for not doing the job properly in the first place. And that's why the twin tracking, nothing to see here, it's what Parliament wanted, we're in a group together, don't worry about it, is simply a straw man argument that is misplaced. Thank you.
Mr. Sheikh, did you want to come back in? Okay, if I can go back to the council for any views and reactions to those points, please.
Yeah, thank you. What I hear is that our colleagues in the development sector say we don't need this joint local plan one. And I get that you would like a plan with higher housing numbers and more allocations. My suggestion is your beef is not actually with us and it's not with this plan. It is with the transitional arrangements. And I think this is probably, we'll hear quite a lot of this over this week, but I think we are working in line with the transitional arrangements. You as inspectors are working in line with the transitional arrangements. I understand that's frustrating for those who would like the new plan to be coming sooner. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Can I just add on that same topic? Obviously, we will look in more detail at housing numbers over the course of the hearings this week, but I just want to put down a marker. We don't accept that this plan is, I think the expression that was used was retrograde or recessive. This plan does make provision, both in numerical terms, for housing over and above adopted plans, and therefore it does add value. It also provides, through having more up-to-date policies, mechanisms for delivering on allocations which may well have originated in earlier plans but have not yet happened, and this plan provides a suite of up-to-date policies to enable them to be delivered. So that's one aspect. And the other aspect, when you're looking at the concept of whether something is effectively up to date or not, you have to look at that through the lens, if I can call it that, of the MPPF that applies to the plan that you're examining. So everything has to be looked at in the context of the 2023 MPPF. And there's nothing artificial or unreal about that. It is, as it were, commonplace that we live in a planning environment where policies are effectively frequently changing and evolving, and it's the government that has decided on a mechanism for managing that process of evolution and change, and that is to be found in Annex 1 of the current MPPF, which sets out the transitional provisions, and those expressly expect plans such as this one to be examined under the 2023 MPPF. So there's nothing out of date in doing what the MPPF expects you to do. So that's, again, a point. And with respect to the various views around the room, for the most part, they are, as it were, complaining about the system that the government has set up rather than how it actually works out in this plan area.
I would just like to come back on the point about your beef is not with us. And I would like to remind the council that there are over 6,000 households on housing registers across the 2 local authorities. These people will not be comforted by a council that submitted a plan almost 2 years ago under transitional arrangements with a housing need that is actually not that different to the adopted development plan, whereas we're in a situation now where the council is measuring its 5-year supply under the current standard method, which is significantly higher, and that is having an effect of delivering more housing when actually this emerging joint local plan will do nothing to address that need, because it is simply a continuation of the existing development plan, which is already accepted as being out of date. So I find it quite frankly flippant to push it back on us when actually the government has set a target of 1.5 million homes to address the housing crisis, and this council is effectively retrofitting an evidence base to try and deliver a lower number for a short period of time, which would be tantamount to about 2 years. And Mr. Bedford made a point earlier where he was talking about through the gateway process, those plans might be delayed, but shouldn't be if they were sound. We're in a situation now where this local plan has been subject to significant delays, implying that it wasn't sound at the point of submission. And that is defined by the fact that the amount of additional work that has gone in for the HRA, sustainability appraisal, Oxford's unmet needs. So clearly, this is actually a council that isn't seeking to significantly boost supply or address the needs of its residents.
Thank you. I mean, there's themes there we're going to come back to in subsequent hearing sessions as well. Mr. Bainbridge.
Thank you. The December 2023 framework has at paragraph 231, which is on page 66 of the document and the PDF, the ability for the joint authorities to explore with government planning freedoms and flexibilities. That paragraph is open to interpretation, but one could say, to point to the past, that in 2018, the authorities within this county did agree planning freedoms and flexibilities with the government under the housing and growth deal. The joint authorities, along with other authorities within the county, were perfectly at liberty to pursue that level of discussion at a political and technical planning level with government and seek to address the real world problem of inequality within these districts in this county, which my colleague from Turley has just pointed to, which is the real world situation of people needing homes to live in, that most basic of need. And I think it's incumbent upon this process to understand whether the joint authorities even sought to explore the planning freedoms and flexibilities which could have brought forward a positively prepared plan which doesn't seek to be characterised as just simply following the transitional arrangements. And that is a point which respectfully should be put to the authorities. Thank you.
Okay, any final points on this this matter?
No, thanks.
Okay, let's move on to some neighbourhood. 1.3 and 1.4 of the matters, issues and questions. So now we know that all parts of the development plan are to be read as a whole, and the legal provision exists that where there is conflict with the development plan, most recent element prevails. However, it's not an effective approach if we've got any inbuilt conflicts or aspects that aren't clear. So the council in their hearing statement indicate there are 7 new neighbourhood plans. And we know that the TAME review supersedes the previous version, and that's been added to the examination library. Are there any more to the council in that list that you tell us in paragraph 1.3.2?
That's still the up-to-date list, no more since we wrote that.
And they are all in the library?
No, I don't think they are, but we're happy to put them in.
If you can put them in the library, please. Thank you.
Will do, thank you.
An action. So the councils are proposing 3 main modifications set out in your paragraph 1.4.2 to 4. So let's just go through those. So I should go to the council first, and then I'll pick up any issues that anybody around the table want to raise.
Okay, so it might be worth starting out to say that, strictly speaking, we probably don't need to make modifications to the JLP because the relationship between the different plans is governed by section 38(5) of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act, which ensures that the most recently adopted or made element of the development plan will prevail in the event of any conflict. However, for the sake of clarity and effectiveness, we do think it's worth making 3 amendments. One of them is about clarity and 2 of them are about updates. So the first one is about settlement boundaries and clarifying that the strategic policy SP2 will supersede existing settlement boundaries and infill policies in made neighbourhood plans in settlements within Tier 4 or the countryside. And the other 2 are just simply updates because at an earlier stage, we had set a task through deferring to neighbourhood plans, the making of housing allocations and retail small format superstore floor space, and that has now happened. So it wouldn't make sense for the JLP to still say that those things needed to be done now that they have been done. So the first 2 are, the first one is a clarification on settlement boundaries, and the other 2 are simply updates now that allocations have been made as required. I can give more details if you like, but I'm just trying to cut to the chase.
Thank you. So in terms of that first one, and that's MM04 to policy SP2, have the settlement boundaries and infill policies been used in made neighbourhood plans for those settlements without proposed boundaries in the JLP? So the settlements that are in tiers 3, 4 and the countryside.
They will have been used for making DM decisions, and we just need to clarify that the JLP will supersede those settlement boundaries.
Okay, so will this represent a significant change to how local communities will interpret the development plan as a whole. As you remember, I said it is read as a whole, and we know that the up-to-date part prevails. So thinking it from the neighbourhood plan point of view, will any of the neighbourhood plans become out of date as a consequence of this change?
I don't think so, because the elements of the development plan both stand and the latest one will prevail. But I just think it's helpful to be clear. We're already receiving or have received during the JLP's production questions about, oh, what will happen in our situation? So we just think it's helpful for everyone just to explain with an added sentence what will happen. It's not needed, but it is helpful and more effective to do that.
Okay, thank you. So obviously a neighbourhood plan that comes forward, I think you say it would be allowed to introduce a settlement boundary if it wanted, and then it becomes the most up to date. But how might the amended basic conditions for neighbourhood plans impact on this issue?
You're right to identify that the new amended basic conditions change things quite fundamentally, in that there's no longer a requirement for neighbourhood plans to be in general conformity with the strategic policies. It is simply a test of whether or not they would allow more or less development than the local plan. So I don't think there'll be anything major there. I don't know if Michael has anything to add on this.
Thank you, Madam. No, I think we see this as just a working through of the way the regimes work. As we've said, it certainly helps clarity, and it helps, therefore, effectiveness to articulate that there is that difference of approach between how some neighbourhood plans may have approached settlement boundaries and how the JLP approaches the question of settlement boundaries. But I think, we don't see it as more than that. We think we've adequately explained the position. There obviously will be engagement with those bodies that want to bring forward neighbourhood plans. And to the extent that those bodies bring forward neighbourhood plans which want to take a different approach to the JLP, there is then going to be a question of it will depend on the timeline as to which gets adopted at which point of time as to which one will prevail. But we just see that as the system working its way through.
Thank you. I'll just do the second and third, and then I'll come to participants. I can see the parish council's got to their own. So the second one is what I think is a factual update to policy HOU2, and that's about the housing required for 143 homes in Tame, and the new neighbourhood plan, the Tame review, includes site allocations for 247. And the third one, again, is an update, as you described, to policy TCR3. So I'm going to turn to Ms. Jins Camps-Walsh, and you've got a point on neighbourhood plans related to these two MIQs. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. We're in Tier 4, and we have our made neighbourhood plan, which we worked on very hard. We consider the settlement boundary and infilling policies to be probably the most important policies we have in our made neighbourhood plan. Previously, the settlement boundary and infilling policy was resolved by the officers without any discussion with anybody living in our parish. So a couple of points to make. Firstly, the point I made in evidence at the last hearing session was that SODC is not at all supportive at neighbourhood planning. In fact, it's very obstructive, and it has been all the way through. And that's been commented upon by others, including ONPAR. And I also give some examples of where neighbourhood planning policies have not been adhered to. And even more recently in our own parish, just 2 weeks ago, where an officer was recommending that planning permission be given when the application did not conform in 7 respects to our neighbourhood plan, but he was still recommending it. What I don't understand is MM04 and actually allowing SODC to change the settlement boundary and the infilling policies, how that will affect our neighbourhood planning policies that we worked on so hard. There isn't sufficient detail in there to tell us how to do it. And I have a nasty feeling it's going to be changed without any reference to us and not be suitable for our parish. So that's my question. And my concern is that neighbourhood planning is just being completely undermined all the time by SODC, ignoring the policies and making it very difficult to make a neighbourhood plan in the first place.
Thank you. I come back to the council for a comment for those two points that are raised there in terms of how will it affect the neighbourhood plan. And I remember we heard about the relationship at stage 1,
yes,
and the council's view of neighbourhood plans. So
yes,
as a second, thank you.
Yes, we'd be more than happy to chat one-to-one or help you explain the MMO4 and the implications for Beckley and Stowood. We have the neighbourhood planning team leader here, so we're happy to take that offline in the break and talk it through if that's helpful. Basically, your settlement is dropping to a tier at which you wouldn't be required to have development within it. So I think it would be something that you would probably support. And in terms of the characterisation of the council, that does hurt quite a lot. We don't recognise the view. We support neighbourhood planning very much. We were front runners in South Oxfordshire District Council. We have a sub-team of planning policy officers dedicated to neighbourhood planning. We have very high concentration and coverage of neighbourhood plans. We have 57 plans with 57 parishes with made neighbourhood plans across both districts. That's 20 in the Vale, 37 in South. Some parishes are on their 2nd or 3rd iteration of their neighbourhood plan. We have ambitious and effective neighbourhood plans, and we've recently invested in a series of templates and guides to help communities in the absence of locality government funding so that they can still keep going with that strong coverage of neighbourhood plans. I think if ONPA, the Oxfordshire Neighbourhood Plans Alliance, were here, they would confirm that we support neighbourhood plans very much. And I know that there was some correspondence last year from Malcolm Smith of ONPA, where he did set out that Ms Camps-Walsh does not represent ONPA and was not authorised to make a statement on behalf of ONPA. Her comment that South and Vale district councils are obstructive, that the district council try to make neighbourhood plans effective, and that neighbourhood plan policies are ignored by the development management team is not supported by ONPA. If that's helpful, thank you.
Ms Camps-Walsh.
Well, just a couple of things. Firstly, no, it's not okay to have a little chat about this because this is going to be a policy if the plan is made. And we have not had support from SODC at all the way through, and neither have a lot of other neighbourhood plans. So, you know, I want to know what the implications are. And if this just further undermines any reason for making a neighbourhood plan in the first place, or all the hard work we've put in to trying to make a neighbourhood plan for our parish, that we can look forward to how it's going to develop and have some say in it.
So is it an understanding point that you're seeking here, or is it a specific change to the plan in some way that you're seeking?
Well, MM04 is saying that policy SP2 will supersede any settlement boundaries or infilling. But if you read that policy, it is not at all clear what the implications will be to individual neighbourhood plans. So having a chat about it, it needs to be clear in the plan what is going to happen to the neighbourhood plans.
Okay, thank you. I'll just come back to the council to see if we can try and resolve this point in some way.
The simplest thing is to study SP to identify which settlement you're interested in and which tier it sits within the hierarchy, and then look in SP2 at the relevant level of development and type of development that is supported in that place. And as I said, if you would like any assistance with that, we have a team, we can help you one-to-one. And I say that not just to you, but to any parishes who are watching who would like to chat through their specific circumstances. We're always happy to do that.
Could I just say I've done that, and that's why I'm asking the question.
Well, I think there's an aspect that does need to be taken offline here, and I think I'm looking to the council to try and help us move this one forward. We've got a lot of other matters to get through, so if we keep talking about this one, other parties will be waiting for other things. So if I can look to the council to try and take this one offline, please.
Happy to, thank you.
I think Mr. Bainbridge, followed by Mr. Tucker.
Thank you, ma'am. I understood the joint authorities to say that MM04 is not strictly necessary. It's covered by the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act. And we hear that one stakeholder within the planning system has concerns as to the extent of the proposed modification and the timing for the modification. Of course, we know that main modifications need to be strictly necessary to make the plan sound. I don't recall hearing from the joint authorities as to what aspect of the tests of soundness are required to be rectified through this proposed main modification. And I think it's rather troubling to see such a modification coming through at this stage of the process, particularly where local communities do work hard on neighbourhood planning and feel that there's perhaps a concern on the timing for this. So, but the fundamental point is, it seems the authorities themselves are saying that this is not strictly necessary to make the plan sound. Thank you.
Madam, can I just respond to that point? Because I think Mr. Bainbridge may have misread paragraph 1.4.1 of our Matter 1 hearing statement. That paragraph makes two different points. The first is a purely legal point about the way that the 2004 Act works. And that's why, from a legal point of view, it's not necessary in order to have clarity over which plan prevails to spell that out. But the same paragraph goes on to make the point, Madam, which was echoed, I think, in your earlier comments about effectiveness. And effectiveness, of course, is a soundness test rather than a legal test. And what we have said is you don't need to do this for legal reasons, but if you want to ensure that the plan is effective, then there are some further changes that we have put forward. And obviously, if, and Madam and Sirs, so Sir and Madams, it's for you to decide. But if you think having regard to the tests of effectiveness in the MPPF, that this is something that is required to make that relationship between different tiers of plan within the development plan have an effective interrelationship, then you will come to the conclusion that it is something that is needed for soundness reasons. So it will meet the soundness test. It still won't change the legal position, but it's a way of then ensuring that what is said is effective if you reach that judgment. So I say we don't see that as problematic and we don't see it as an inconsistency.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker.
Thank you, Madam. The reason for my asking to speak and turning my Toblerone up is because I support, on behalf of my client, the positions taken by the council in the particular neighbourhood plan which has been referred to, namely the Beckley and Stowood neighbourhood plan. We too do not recognise the characterisation of the council. The reason I say that is that there was an approach from the neighbourhood plan making authority, the parish council, to introduce additional what were described as mitigation elements within the neighbourhood plan to further constrain how Strat 13, the housing allocation my clients are involved in bringing forward, how that would be dealt with on a development management stage. The inspector in May 2024, forgive me, the examiner in May 2024, considered that those mitigation measures were not appropriate and the neighbourhood plan was made essentially without them. The reason for drawing that to your attention, I don't know whether his report is within the examination library, but it does provide an object lesson in exactly the question that you asked, Madam Inspector Bust, which is one has to be astute about the interaction between neighbourhood plans and local plans. The authority were astute in that case, and the authority made the same point we did about a neighbourhood plan essentially not transgressing the role of the local plan. That's been helped by the legislative amendment, but in any event, just to be clear, we too don't recognise that characterisation, and walking that difficult line between furthering neighbourhood plans and making sure neighbourhood plans don't transgress on housing delivery was one that the authority, South Oxfordshire, were assiduous about. So they have our support in that regard. Notwithstanding everything else I've said this morning, but they have our support and we don't recognise the characterisation that's been made. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So just a couple of other questions I've got. Now, we've got a representation from Ms Davis, which is about the Wattlington neighbourhood plan. And the hearing statement refers to the air quality management plan in Wattlington, which was recommended to be formally revoked earlier this year. And in that hearing statement by that person, an extract from the licensing committee report was appended to the statement with a recommendation. So my question to the council is, when was the Wattlington neighbourhood plan made?
Just looking to my colleague behind to confirm that date.
August 2018.
August 2018. Thank you.
Thank you. And did the licensing committee, so we've got that extract in the hearing statement, so did the committee agree that recommendation that was put to them, that the Wattlington and Henley air quality management areas be formally revoked?
Yes, that's right. Yes, their air pollution levels had significantly reduced and they've been below the monitoring levels for 5 years. So yes, they no longer needed to be air quality management areas.
Thank you. So turning back to the JLP that we're examining, is there a reference within the JLP to the air quality management area in Wattlington or Henley? And if so, would it require removement from the plan?
I don't believe so, but I will check that point.
If that could be checked, please, as an action point.
Oh, thank you. Our colleague is telling me that yes, there are references at para 4.52 of the supporting text and in policy CE9. So yes, we're happy to look at those and see whether any edit is needed.
Thank you. If you can put it on the action list to review those. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, we'll move on from neighbourhood plans and I will hand over to Inspector Malloy.
Just looking at the time, I think it might be worth taking a short break if that's okay. So if we could return at 20 to 12. The gentleman, thank you.
Okay. Madam, can I just say, and I should have said at the outset, I apologise. On the SEA and HRA matters, the legal support will be provided by my colleague, Ms. Emmeline Lambert. So so that's a slight change on our side.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll adjourn until 22. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Just moving through the agenda and onto the sustainability appraisal and strategic environmental assessment, and question 1.5. Which relates to the additional essay work which is undertaken of the assessment of carried forward sites in the supplement to the sustainability report, which is LPA 62, and in particular in relation to the assessment of cumulative effect. So can I just start by asking the council to summarise the outcome of that additional essay work, and then we'll take questions. Thank you.
Sure, happy to do that. I think overall the outcome of the additional work we've done is a positive one. We've now published a supplement to the latest version of our sustainability report. And as you said, that's LPA 62, and the report was CSD 03. And when you read these two documents together, you can clearly see the sustainability effects of our plan from both an individual site perspective and also cumulatively across the districts. In terms of individual sites, we've assessed all the 29 carried forward sites which already had planning permission, and these are listed in table 2.1 on page 7 of LPA 62. And the results for each of those sites can be found in section 3 and appendices A to C of the same document. The 29 sites perform in a comparable way to all of the other sites that we've previously assessed. And we can see a typical mix of positive and negative effects across each of the sustainability objectives in our SA framework. In terms of cumulative impacts, we looked at two different types. The first of these being the cumulative impacts of the carried over sites with planning permission and those without planning permission. And section 4 of the supplement focuses on 3 key areas where sites are spatially clustered and where cumulative impacts are most likely. So those are northwest of Grove, Milton Heights and Didcot. And then secondly, we've looked at the cumulative impact of all the allocations in our joint local plan with and without planning permission, together with the plans for neighbouring districts. And once we finished the assessment, we reviewed the detail in the supplement, including each of the site assessment matrices alongside the findings of the September 2024 sustainability report. And I think there are a key number of points that are worth highlighting here. So in chapter 6 of CSD 03, we'd already highlighted where specific joint local plan policies had been drafted to minimise any identified adverse effects and maximise opportunities to support each of the sustainability objectives in our SA framework. And importantly, these findings remain unchanged as a result of the additional assessment work we've undertaken. And section 4.2 of the supplement simply provides additional context on the individual and the cumulative impacts by assessing these 29 sites with planned permission. Another important point, I think, is that most of the identified effects will be addressed by the mitigation measures that we've incorporated into the joint local plan policies. And these can be found in the detailed assessment matrices, which is Appendix C of the supplement. And also some of the mitigation measures are already implemented on sites under construction, for example, a primary school at Didcot North East. When we look at the cumulative impact findings, Section 4 of the supplement concludes that the residual cumulative impacts reported for northwest of Grove, Milton Heights and Didcot are limited and or mitigated by the policies in the joint local plan. And section 4.3 also highlights that the allocated sites with planning permission are mainly located centrally in Southern Vale. So any potential for cumulative impacts on individual receptors close to district boundaries is limited. So now that we've concluded this element of our work, our conclusions are threefold. That the May 2026 supplement doesn't identify any new or materially different cumulative effects to those identified in our latest sustainability report. Secondly, that the previously identified effects will still be mitigated through the plan's policies and site-specific provisions, and that overall there are no implications for the soundness or legal compliance of the plan, and no changes are required as a result of the additional assessment we've undertaken.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. You mentioned the cumulative effect in 3 areas, Northwest Grove, Milton Heights and Didcot. What sort of impacts were identified in those 3 areas specifically?
I'll take that one. Thank you. We identify specifically that with regard to construction effects in those areas, the potential for impacts is obviously dependent on allocations being built out at the same time. So where there are potential parallel construction timetables, those are identified in those areas. There's also potential for cumulative landscape impacts identified as an example for Milton. I'm scanning through the report here. I don't think I need to give you the full list, but I think that gives a flavour for the types of impacts that we identified. It's very much where there are specific receptors which may be impacted by multiple developments, as opposed to issues such as carbon emissions, loss of best and most versatile agricultural land, which operate over a larger spatial scale rather than having one specific spatial receptor which could experience those impacts.
It's more in relation to the potential for those developments to proceed sort of simultaneously. Yeah.
Particularly for construction, I think operationally, obviously, they will all be built out at some stage, and so those impacts will be concurrent. But construction impacts, specifically construction traffic, dust associated with it, with construction is more dependent on construction timetables aligning.
Having undertaken the assessment of the carry forward sites subsequent to the main essay, would the council take a different view in terms of the assessment of the sites? Would it have resulted in a different outcome, sort of with the benefit of hindsight?
No, I don't think so. We stand by the approach we proposed in the original sustainability report, which is that for those allocated sites where planning permission was already in place, many of them being quite advanced in their construction process or indeed now completed. If we think of the SA as a process which is looking to feed in to how the council, the plan makes policies around how those come forward, they're obviously limited in terms of that. You know, with respect to the example that Ms Williams gave, we might make a recommendation for a primary school or some educational capacity. It's already being built on those sites. So I think the supplement serves as a useful sensitivity test to support that original approach.
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate a lot of the sites already had planning permission. I would just like to open the discussion up. I'm aware that there were some representations on this. Perhaps not. Okay. Right. So if there aren't any further reps on that, I would just like to move on to the next question in terms of whether the additional work arising from the recalculation of the local housing need figure would have any implications for the essay.
No, I don't think that there is any implication. Section 4.5 on pages 18 and 19 of the sustainability report, which is CSD 03, explains how we assess 4 housing need options against our sustainability appraisal framework. And the updated local housing need calculations, which are 9,938 dwellings for South and 10,847 dwellings for Vale, are marginally lower than those tested through the SA process. So the SA methodology itself remains appropriate, and given that we've already assessed reasonable alternatives and sustainability effects across a range of housing options which exceed the revised need, the SA outcomes are not undermined by the recalculated figures. And we'll be able to explain all of this in more detail after we've subjected any proposed plan modifications to SA, and that would include policy HOU1, which is the recalculated local housing need figures and the extended plan period.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions on the essay, so I shall hand over to my colleague.
Thank you. Right, we'll move to the Habitats Regulations Assessment and Appropriate Assessment. So these are MIQs 1.7 through to 1.11. So a couple of documents. The Atmospheric HRA AA Addendum Methodology is LPA 43, and the HRA AA Addendum Methodology Conclusions, and that relates to question 1.8. So the Council's statement outlines the journey so far on the HRA, and we did discuss the HRA in the main at the hearings last year. So really now we're focusing at this stage on the addendum that was done in August 2025, which is LPA 43. Now the HRA is an iterative process, as we explored last year, and the AA report and the addendum and any further amendments, assessments which may or may not be required arising from the hearing discussions, and that goes out for consultation as part of the main modification stage. But for the benefit of participants and those watching online, if the Council could just outline briefly what the additional work involved for the addendum part, please.
Yes, I'm happy to do that. Obviously, our Matter 1 statement provides the detail on our approach and the timeline. But just to briefly summarise now, in mid-2024, we began assessing the air quality impact of traffic arising from the additional planned growth in the joint local plan. And this was the earliest we could start, as we needed to wait for the traffic modelling to be completed. And we had several meetings and subsequent email exchanges with the HRA leads from the other Oxfordshire districts. And that was to discuss the best way to assess in combination effects on Oxford Meadows special area conservation. And that particular SAC lies partly in Oxford City, partly in Cherwell and West Oxfordshire, and lies close to the A34. In late 2024, we provided a complete appropriate assessment to Natural England, as required under the habitats regulations. And following review, they asked us to include undelivered growth from our adopted plans, plus any additional planned growth in the emerging joint local plan for South and Vale in our air quality assessment. And this was a slightly different approach to one they'd set out in Natural England's 2018 air quality advice note. In other words, that most air quality assessments consider the effects of a plan alone as being the changes caused by the adoption of that plan. Then by December 2024, we submitted our habitats regulations assessment, appropriate assessment, alongside the joint local plan for examination. And this was supported by a statement of common ground signed by Natural England that confirmed that significant effects from all pathways except atmospheric pollution could be ruled out, and that further work was needed to assess the air quality impacts on any European sites. So by early 2025, we were working closely with Urban Edge, AQC and the County Council's transport planning team. And we were developing a methodology paper, which is document LPA 20 as updated by LPA 64. And we also produced a non-technical briefing note, which is LPA 21. And we shared drafts of these documents with the other Oxfordshire authorities and Natural England, and we met with everybody to discuss and take on board any comments. And following subsequent email exchanges with Natural England, they endorsed both documents on the 7th of April in 2025. So these the methodology paper itself and the non-technical briefing note then formed the basis of our subsequent HRA work to assess the air quality impacts of the joint local plan on Oxford Meadows, Pothill Fen and Aston Rowan SACs. And paragraphs 3.1 to 510 of the methodology paper explain the rationale behind the revised approach that we've taken in assessing the potential for any changes in pollutant levels to have an adverse effect on the integrity of these sites. And this was looking at three separate scenarios. So we looked at, firstly, the joint local plan alone, secondly, the joint local plan plus adopted plan growth in South and Vale, and thirdly, the joint local plan in combination with other plans in other emerging plans in Oxfordshire. And Appendix 2 of the methodology paper, there's a flow chart that summarises each of the steps that we followed in our appropriate assessment. And the non-technical briefing note then provides additional detail about our approach to the in combination assessment of atmospheric pollution impacts on the 3 European sites.
Thank you. So in terms of the addendum and the conclusion of that addendum, that there is no likely significant effects being predicted which would result in adverse effects to the integrity of the 3 European sites that we've named. Are there any outstanding or unresolved concerns raised by Natural England?
No, there aren't any.
Does anybody else with relevant representations on this topic want to raise any points on the addendum? No? Okay. So just to confirm, so Natural England specifically considers the AA and the HRA legally compliant?
Yes, that's correct. Could I just add that the document LPA 47 is the revised statement of common ground that we signed with Natural England.
Yes, thank you. Are there any modifications that might arise from the HRA addendum?
No, there's not.
Just in terms of any adjustments to reflect the recalculation of housing need, does that have any implications for the HRA?
No, I don't believe it does. Overall, the HRA provides a worst case assessment of all screened-in impacts to the European designated sites. So there are no changes that are needed to either the methodology that we've used ourselves, no changes needed to the HRA, the plan, or the findings of the addendum as a result of the recalculated housing need.
Thank you. That concludes the HRA section of the MIQs. So thank you for contributions on that point. So we'll allow people to swap seats as necessary, and we'll move on to strategic policies. Thank you. Strategic policies in the plan period. I'll take the strategic policies first. So Appendix 2 of the submitted plan sets out the strategic status of the policies. So we had quite a number of strategic ones, and also the 16 site allocations, which are also referred to as strategic policies. So from Appendix 2, the plan itself, starting from that point, had 4 non-strategic policies. Now, you'll recall we raised concerns last year in the hearing session for matter 1 regarding the number of policies that were being labelled as strategic. So consequently, there was an action point for the council to provide to us the workings out, and that was LPA 25. Now, looking at LPA 25, I see we've now only got 3 non-strategic policies. So there was no net change in the overall number, but there was 1 in, 1 out, and a bit of a reordering swap, which was already set out in MM62. But policy IN6 on deliveries and freight, which was non-strategic, is now strategic. So where we're at is LP25 reveals that in responding to AP2, we've got an increase in the number of strategic policies. So we know your methodology used the neighbourhood plan part of the PPG to effectively reverse engineering a methodology to determine in your plan what you considered was strategic and non-strategic. So using that neighbourhood plan guidance from the PPG and the list of considerations, it seems quite a low bar just to choose one of the 7 characteristics. And looking at a very simple reading of national policy is that strategic policies are supposedly big ticket items. So without a policy, then the plan wouldn't deliver. So housing requirements, employment requirements. Now, part of the council's reasoning that we understand is that something that was our authority or plan area wide meant it needed to be strategic. So from the council's latest Matter 1 statement, we know that you say in paragraph 1.12, regarding the need to draw a distinction between strategic and non-strategic based on neighbourhood plans has changed. But just to pick out a few which leap off the list, HOU 9, subdivision of houses, HOU 16, residential extensions and annexes, DE 5 is neighbour amenity, usually what inspectors refer to as living conditions, IN 5, cycle and car parking standards. They deal very much with details, so we're struggling a little bit to see how they are strategic. And those detailed criteria-based elements, which are used in development management or site-specific infrastructure matters. So where we're at the moment is we still remain concerned about the disproportionate number of strategic policies within the JLP. And as a consequence, the lack of clarity and consistency with national policy and effectiveness, so therefore soundness of this aspect of the JLP as submitted. Now, there are going to be participants who want to make some comments as well. So I'm going to start with my opening question, which is to the councils and for everyone else to think about. So does the change to the neighbourhood plan basic conditions have any implication for the strategic and non-strategic split of policies? And as a follow-on from that, is there any different role for the strategic and non-strategic policies when you're making decisions? Would the council like to provide an initial response, or would you like to hear from other participants and then deal with it that way?
I'm going to hand to my colleague, Ollie, who was the person who did the initial assessment, so has all the detail on this. Thank you.
Good afternoon, inspectors. Good afternoon, everyone. I don't have a nameplate, sorry. So my name is Oliver Moore, Senior Planning Policy Officer. And as Ms. Murphy said, the person who took the lead initially in defining the strategic and non-strategic policies. Thanks for giving the overview of how we've come to where we are on that designation. That saves me a job of running back over it. But to answer your question, yes, the change that's been brought in through the Levelling Up and Regeneration Act in terms of neighbourhood planning and the basic conditions does change how the strategic designation or not is managed in practice. So neighbourhood plans no longer need to be in general conformity. I would say it doesn't change our analysis on how we've come to the decisions we've had, but in terms of the kind of working output, it maybe has less implications now that that change has come in through the Levelling Up and Regeneration Act. To address your observation that there are a high number of strategic policies, I think that is the case to a certain extent. It's the product of having a joint plan which deals with these issues across two districts. I think another issue really that's worth considering as you weigh this up and other people around the table have their say is that if a policy has development management elements in it, that doesn't necessarily preclude it also having a strategic element. So a policy can be, to a certain extent, both. So those ones that you've name checked could nonetheless still have strategic elements to it. It's probably worth as well just going back to the NPPF, paragraph 20, which kind of gives an overview of what strategic policies should have, and it does specifically include things such as pattern, scale and design quality of places. So when we were drawing up this list of which policies were strategic and which were non-strategic, we were referring back to that as well and looking at how these policies would work in practice.
Thank you. That's helpful. Are there any participants that want to come in on this point? There are various points been made in hearing statements, so I'm expecting some nameplates to go up. Mr. Tucker, are you the only one so far?
I can't speak for colleagues. However, it may be that the points are sufficiently obvious that others are happy to rely upon your position. Our position in our first hearing statement and repeated in paragraph 1.12 of our current hearing statement is the council have got it wrong. The division between what amounts to a strategic and a non-strategic policy is part of NPPF 2023. That requires ultimately a planning judgment. In terms of a need to change that judgment, it's only if the judgment goes sufficiently far as to amount to a soundness concern. There are 2 points that we want to make, one of which my thunder is firmly stolen, although my thunder is reverberating around the room. And having been told about your concerns last year, for the council to end up with fewer non-strategic policies is a surprising conclusion. As a sense check, it may be that politically the council wants to keep as many strategic policies as possible for whatever reason, but having so few non-strategic policies is astonishing. And the examples that you've given, for example, this subdivision of housing, it's difficult to see why on earth that might be a strategic policy. So we think that whilst there is a judgment, there is a margin of appreciation that should be given to authorities informing that judgment. These authorities have gone way beyond that point and need to be drawn back. I think the strange thing is that my voice doesn't sound like this in my head. So having it coming back to me in a different sort of slightly nasally sub-East Yorkshire accent is very strange. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. We've got Carter Jonas now. Which particular client would you like to represent?
There we go. I think probably those clients who are trying to promote strategic sites through, well, hopefully the next local plan, if we ever get to that one, and are trying to engage with neighbourhood plans in a constructive way. Because I was just thinking about your question, which is that now the basic conditions, I'm going to have to speak slowly because this is really confusing me, sorry. So the basic conditions have been changed. There's now no longer a requirement to be in conformity with strategic policies of the local plan. And that was because the basic conditions were changed through the Levelling Up and Regeneration Act. But the toolkit for neighbourhood planning, i.e. what the government suggests that neighbourhood plan groups should use, has been updated since then. And that still does refer to the difference between strategic policies and non-strategic policies. And it suggests that an examiner will still be considering whether there is conformity with those strategic policies. And I think that is a way that government is suggesting neighbourhood planning groups should understand how to best not stop additional housing development that is in that may well be coming through local plans, and to not promote less development. It's still there as a way of understanding and to make it easier for neighbourhood plan groups to engage. So I think in direct answer to your question, whilst it's no longer a point of basic conditions, the neighbourhood planning toolkit still talks about that clear definition, differentiation. So I think it's important for that. I think it's also important for when we get to decision-making sphere that includes a new NPPF, National Development Management Policies, and where to put the planning weight and the planning judgment further on down the line, which I appreciate is a little bit of crystal ball gazing, but I think that's something also we need to keep in mind here. And in answer to the overall question, I think you said exactly what I did in written submissions, which was that it is confusing, it is too widely spread, the definition and the criteria that the council are using, and to take one criteria as a way of identifying, excuse me, a strategic policy is too few. It needs to be clearer than that.
We were one of the parties that raised the point about the fact that the JLP didn't originally identify or distinguish between strategic and non-strategic policies. I won't repeat what Mr. Tucker has said, which I endorse, and indeed the comments that you've made, Ma'am. But suffice to say, we agree with the points that have been made, which is the approach that the council has taken is not a sound approach. And I think to the comments that you have made, whilst we've been drawn to paragraph 20 of the framework, my understanding, Ma'am, from the comments that you've made is actually we need to look at paragraph 21, which is that strategic policy should not extend to detailed matters that are more appropriately dealt with through neighbourhood plans, which we've heard are extensive in their coverage in this plan area, or other non-strategic policies. And I think certainly as far as the JLP is concerned, the balance is not right.
Thank you. Mr. Bainbridge.
Thank you. We had also identified in our hearing statement last year concerns in respect of identification of strategic policies, but it does feel like it's gone the other way now in terms of the scope of the identification proposed by the joint authorities regarding strategic policies. We consider it's not justified and it's not consistent. A consideration would be, so what? So what in the fact that the council has included policies proposed to be strategic as per the framework, which some participants feel are not strategic as per the framework. But of course, it's within your gift to direct main modifications to address that going forward, but it still doesn't address the so what point. which is, does the council feel there's any implications for them in terms of the weight to be given to development plan policies going forward, including assuming this joint local plan is ultimately adopted, or indeed implications for neighbourhood planning? And in that one last matter, it's whether or not, as a matter of course, these joint authorities provide local housing need to neighbourhood plan bodies as a matter of course. But again, I just repeat, we feel that it's not justified and consistent to have the extent of policies identified as strategic. It's a so what situation, and of course it can be rectified through main modifications. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll come back to the council. What we're essentially looking for are some solutions here. You've heard our concerns, which we've expressed last year and also again today. Participants who've orally made their points here, and also there are others in their hearing statements who are not participating now. So I'm putting it back to the council to say, what solutions could you bring to address these concerns? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we hear and have read everyone's comments and your concerns as well. So we definitely take those on board. I think the thing to say is, given the changes brought in by the LURA in terms of the relation to neighbourhood planning, but then also the forthcoming introduction to spatial development strategies, the implication for policies being strategic or not is of less concern for us. So we would be open to either reviewing or taking your recommendations on, how that status may be updated. So it's something that we're open to working with you, whichever way you feel is most appropriate to address. We've set out our approach in as open and transparent way as possible, and we think it makes clear why we've come to the conclusions we have, and we stand by those, but equally we're open to working pragmatically to come to a solution that works for you. Thank you.
Madam, could I just add, I mean, I think the way that we have tried to deal with this, obviously reflecting your earlier requests to explain our workings, we obviously sought to do that with LPA 25. Certainly our reading of the guidance, and particularly the neighbourhood planning guidance checklist, as it were, of factors, we had read that as suggesting that if you met one of those criteria, that was likely to be an indication that the policy was strategic, rather than that you had to meet several of those criteria in order to come to that. But we can see that the guidance doesn't actually say that. That was just our interpretation of a list of factors. I think well, firstly, we're not precious about how this issue is dealt with, partly because the neighbourhood plan changes has reduced its practical significance. We don't think that one can just sort of like apply a yardstick approach of saying, well, it's a numerical exercise. You shall not have more than X number of strategic policies and so on, because that would be too crude. But we recognise your concern. I think what we would probably find the most helpful is if there were some indication from you and your colleagues about how we should go about looking at those criteria, so that we can apply a kind of a different lens. Because at the moment, I say, what we've done is take them and sought to apply them on an individual basis. Obviously, if we're thought to have been, as it were, too zealous in that, I think we'd welcome some guidance that would help us. Because ultimately, given that there is a distinction between strategic and non-strategic, as indicated by the definition in the MPPF, it then becomes, as Mr. Tucker helpfully said, a planning judgment about where you draw the line. And I think what we really would want in terms of some kind of assistance is some kind of guidance from you and your colleagues as to what factors you think, in a sense, we should focus on so as to narrow down the list. Because we, for example, if one said, well, a policy which might well apply across the district, but is simply of development management operation, might not be seen as strategic, even though, and go back to one of Mr. Tucker's examples, the HOU policies, the delivery of housing, and including housing from conversions and subdivision and so on, is capable of being an important topic. But if one said, well, no, that doesn't have sufficient significance to make it a strategic policy, that would give us a guide to then work from. But I think we're very, very, very willing to look again at the issue, but I think we probably need a little bit of a steer as to what should influence us when we do look again at the issue. I hope that's sort of a helpful and frank way of us saying we need a bit of guidance to help us to then help you.
Thank you. That's helpful. We'll give that some thought.
I mean, just to bring in what the framework says. So we've heard about paragraph 20, talks about what strategic policies are, and then 21 that makes that distinction that we've heard about from Mr. Knott between non-strategic policies. There's also paragraph 28, which sort of introduces in more detail what non-strategic policies are. And I think, just sort of thinking out loud now, that might give us an overview of how we can make this assessment. I think particularly in terms of paragraph 28 of the framework, it says non-strategic policies can include allocating sites, the provision of infrastructure and community facilities at a local level, establishing design principles, conserving and enhancing the natural and historic environment, and setting out other development management policies. So when you made that, you gave us that example, Mr. Bedford, of development management policies. I mean, that might be a reasonably obvious place to start, but I think that's something for us to take away and think about whether we could provide more guidance on that.
Certainly, so that would be very helpful. As I say, it's also bringing into account that neighbourhood plan checklist, because I say we use that, and it's in a sense trying to relate that checklist to what the MPPF says, and I say use that to then shrink down the categorisations.
I think that neighbourhood plan checklist is obviously written for a particular purpose. And I think the difficulty that we've got into here is that you're trying to use something in a different way. So that was written for a neighbourhood plan looking at a policy to try and decide whether it's strategic, but that's not necessarily a local planning authority's view of what is strategic. So we will take that away. So thank you for, is that a legacy Toblerone or is that one that I missed earlier?
I've just been waiting patiently. It was just a really high level point, actually. And obviously, we've been talking a lot about the basic conditions, but one of the things we haven't really discussed in a lot of detail was national development management policies. And obviously, this is being examined under the 2023 MPPF. However, the emerging MPPF is still a material consideration. And it actually does give a bit of direction on some of the policies that you outlined. So draft policy L4 residential extensions is a development management policy. Draft policy S5 replacement dwellings is a development management policy. So I think there is actually already authority with it from government of what they consider strategic and non-strategic policies to be. So I think it's looking at through the national policy lens in that context, top down rather than bottom up, as you sort of alluded to in your last comments.
Thank you for that. Everything's good. I think we've reached the end of strategic policies. So thank you for the contributions on that one. I'm going to hand over to Inspector Malloy for the plan period item.
Okay, thank you. So in the part one hearings, we asked the council to look at the implications of extending the plan period, bearing in mind paragraph 22 of the NPPF, which expects strategic policies to look ahead a minimum of 15-year period from adoption. And the council did that in their document LPA 32, which looked at the implications both for the housing requirement and also the employment requirement. Now, I'm conscious that that's potentially been superseded to a degree by the council's statement, which is suggesting having a baseline period of 2025, which is another issue I'm sure we'll be coming back to. But it might be helpful, first of all, if the council just set out a summary of LPA 32, starting with extending the plan period to 2042 first. And then the second scenario in terms of commencing the plan period in 2024, or in this case, 2025, potentially, and extending it to 2042. And what implications that would have in terms of the plan?
Yes, certainly. Thank you. I'll take that one. So yes, in LPA 32 last summer, in response to action number 13, we detailed the housing and employment requirement and supply calculations. Firstly, if the plan period was extended to 2042, and we now know that we're actually looking beyond that at a 2043 likely end date because of the change to the local development scheme and the need to look ahead 15 years. And B, if the plan period commenced in 2024 and was extended to 2042. And again, that is now superseded by our work in that we're now looking at starting in 2025 and running to 2043. But in that work, LPA 32, we can see that in tables 2 and 3, in both instances, the projected supply of homes would exceed the requirement, including where agreed unmet needs form part of the requirement. And that turning to employment under A, so the plan period 2042, there would be a small increase in net demand for employment. And under B, there would be a small decrease in net demand for employment. So we think that if the plan period was extended to 2043, no change to the employment land supply would be needed because the LPA already provides a surplus above the requirement of both the current plan period and alternative plan periods assessed in 2032. Nevertheless, if you would find it helpful to assist the examination, we can rerun the employment land needs calculations to assess the plan period 25 to 43. And if extending the plan period to 2043, we would propose a main modification to policy JT1 parts 1A and 1B to update the employment land requirements accordingly. But yeah, given the supply of housing in the JLP is more than sufficient to cover an extended plan period to 2043, and that we expect that both strategic sites and small windfall sites will still be delivering in 2041, 42, 43, we anticipate no further housing allocations would be needed. I hope that answers your question. So yes, we're happy to look to extend the plan period, although strictly speaking, we think essential, in that other inspectors have considered that a period shorter than 15 years from adoption is okay. And I'll just cite the examples of Chichester, Nuneaton and Bedworth and Charnwood for that.
So there's some things that we're going to come back to in the housing discussion. But in terms of rebasing the plan period to 2025, is it necessary to, and I'm thinking in terms of that housing trajectory, would it be necessary to rebase the entire plan period to 2025 or just the housing trajectory on the basis of the recalculated housing need? In sort of as an overview, because we're going to come back to the sort of nuts and bolts of this later in the week.
I suppose it, if I can start on this, I suppose it depends on what really the purpose that the plan period serves. Obviously, in terms of making development management decisions, no decision before the plan is adopted is directly made against the JLP as an adopted part of the development plan, simply because it isn't an adopted part of the development plan. So it's not directly going to inform things that happened between 2021, which is the base date of the submitted plan, and the point when it becomes adopted. But it's certainly conventional practice to try to bring a plan period reasonably in line with the reality of its adoption, so long as you can relate an evidence base to that. We think that there is merit, as it were, across the board in bringing the plan up to 2025 as its starting point, because we don't think that anything before that point of time really is going to be influenced by what this plan does or doesn't say, because it's all in the past. We know, for the purposes of housing in particular, that whichever version of the standard method one were to use, and obviously we're using the 2023 version, but the point also actually applies to the current version, because it is a forward-looking measure and the methodology builds in through step 2 an express component to deal with past events. It isn't the case that if you shorten the plan period by bringing it up to 2025, you're suddenly removing anything that needs to be addressed by the plan, because that is catered for by the standard method. So you then come back to the point that, well, does it not make more sense to bring the plan period as reasonably up to date as you can to when it's likely to be adopted? Now, obviously, we can't bring it up to date to 2026 because we don't yet have all of the information that you would need to know, particularly on the subject of housing, the past completions, the progress on sites. You can't bring all of that into a line at the moment, whereas you have got, or we have got, the data to do that to 2025. So that's why we've chosen that as a date. We also think that it probably creates more confusion than it resolves to have, as it were, a plan period that starts in 2021, but a housing delivery mechanism that starts at a later date. We think it makes more sense that if you are going to address that issue, you should do it across the board. So that's why we've, I say, suggested bringing it up to 2025. It also has the consequence that it marches together with the emerging plans of some of our neighbours who are also using 2025 as their starting point. And so I say we think that that is an appropriate way forward on the start point. And then on the end point, we have looked at examples elsewhere, and we have seen that some inspectors have taken the view that 15 years is expressed in the MPPF as a minimum, but they have taken a pragmatic view that it doesn't need to be achieved. We've taken the cautious view that that didn't seem to be reflected in the correspondence that we were having with you and your colleagues. And we were also taking the view that since last summer, we wouldn't be able to achieve that 15 years from adoption if we stayed at 2042 because of the likely adoption, as Ms. Murfitt said, moving into a further monitoring year. And so as a consequence, we took the view that it would actually be a more straightforward exercise and future-proofing to an extent, because we don't obviously control the likely date of adoption, to say, well, okay, well, if we say that it's going to be adopted at some time in the housing year or monitoring year that begins on the 1st of April 2027, because I say we're at the moment assuming May, we've heard some views about that from some people. If you start on the basis that adoption will be sometime in that year 2027, then if you add the 15 years, that takes you to 43, but still leaving at least 15 years from your adoption. Whereas if we stuck at 2042, you would either be at 14 years and 10 months or 14 years and 8 months or whatever, depending on where you were in that sequence. So that was really our thinking. And I say we thought that since clearly concerns have been expressed about the plan period, it would be sensible to bring that into line with paragraph 15 of the MPPF. Sorry, I said paragraph 15. I don't think I meant that. I meant paragraph 22. It's 22 and a 15-year period. So that was our thinking.
I think just playing devil's advocate, I think it's thinking through whether there are any unintended consequences for the rest of the evidence base as well, which was prepared some time ago. And obviously the base date for those evidence-based studies would be 2021. I can see it makes sense from a housing point of view to bring it up to date in terms of the LHN being a forward-looking calculation, but it's whether there be unintended consequences of the rest of the evidence base and thinking that through.
Well, Madam, you're absolutely right to think about that, and obviously your questions on this did ask us about that, and we provided you in the written statement with our views on those other component parts of the evidence base. And we didn't see that it made a material difference to any of those parts of the evidence base. So we were comfortable that you could do this. Obviously, the datedness of the evidence base in terms of when any kind of underlying studies were done is not going to change one way or the other, whatever we say about the plan period. So we saw it as an appropriate way forward.
I'm just going to open up the discussion. I'm sure we'll come back to it. Mr. Knott.
Thank you, Mum. there's several points which I think are best addressed through the session, which is later in the week on housing need and supply. I think just 2 points on this, but firstly, the council's points that they make, which is this is not an unusual thing for plans not to plan for a minimum of 15 years. I think that's a bad point with respect to the council. NPPF is clear and has been clear on that point. And of course, the circumstances will vary from case to case. The second point is the council, nonetheless, say that they can extend the plan period to 2043. And for reasons that we'll discuss more fully on the housing session, the reason for that is because this plan does nothing in terms of additionality for planning for development. It's very easy for the councils to extend the plan period because, bluntly, it doesn't impose any additional requirement that the council isn't already proposing through what we say is an erroneous approach that's taken to meeting housing need, including Oxford cities, which we'll come back to. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
I think, as Mr. Knott referred to, we'll get into the detail of housing numbers more later in the week. However, I would like to make the point that the Joint Housing Needs Assessment is based from 2021. The 2023 NPPF makes clear at para 61 to determine the minimum number of homes needed, strategic policy should be informed by a local housing needs assessment. And this rebase standard figure, even though it is slightly lower, is not underpinned by that local housing needs assessment. So in effect, while the standard method figure may have only shifted slightly, to understand the needs of specific groups, which para 63 is clear within the context of establishing need, the size, type and tenure of housing for different groups. Again, that hasn't been done under the basis of this current standard method figure that they're using now. And with a 2021 base date and a 2025 base date, there is a massive gap in data that hasn't been looked at, hasn't been understood. And calculating affordable housing needs, for example, is not calculated using the standard method. It's still calculated using the old OAN methodology. So actually the council has no understanding of how this revised standard method figure, while at a headline might only be slightly different, they do not understand how the demographics below that have changed or updated. And I think that is particularly concerning if we're looking at shifting the plan period forward 4 years without actually looking at the evidence that underpins that for some of the people who are in the greatest housing needs across these authorities.
Thank you, Mom. I won't repeat some of the points that have already been made. The first, obviously, in respect of the plan period, which we agree in our Matter 1 hearing statement, should be a minimum of 15 years in accordance with the NPPF. The second point is in reference to paragraph 1.13.4 of the Council's Matter 1 hearing statement, which has been addressed orally in addition, which is in respect of the previous note LPA 32, which considered a plan period up to 2042. There's been an offer by the council to provide additional calculations in respect of the employment plan needs. We think it would also be helpful to do the same in respect of housing, having heard what the council say, because at the moment LPA 32 doesn't reflect the plan period that is suggested by the main modification, which would be up to 2043. So we would invite that and certainly invite the opportunity to review those calculations.
Mr. Tucker.
The reason why we are in the position that we are, I say we, I mean those on the other side of the room, is a direct consequence of the decision taken at the point of submission. It's in two places, CSD 11, which is the statement of submission, and secondly, LPA 76, which is the recently signed memorandum of understanding. When the plan was submitted for examination on the 9th of December 2024, the authorities would have been aware of the guidance to say that there was a requirement that the plan should have a plan period which would last 15 years as a minimum from the point of adoption. At that point, it was tight. The plan period that the authorities were promoting at that time, as we know, was from 2021 to 2041. So they were purporting to plan for a 20-year period. In terms of meeting the requirement to have a minimum of 15 years from the point of adoption, that was assuming, it's a matter of maths, that there will be adoption on or before the 31st of March of 2026. We're now told, from what the authorities are saying within their hearing statement, that they think there's a need for an additional 2 years to take account of the amendments in the LDS. Working back 15 years back from presumably the 31st of March 2043 takes you back to 2028. In terms of the council's ability to meet that, the memorandum of understanding, which was, as I understand it, published and signed last Friday, paragraph 5.8, tells us that the authorities in Oxfordshire have all signed up to an MOU which says adoption of this plan will take place in late 2026 stroke early 2027. Now, I think that's because it's based on an early iteration of this MOU, which was kicking around in January of this year. But it gives you some flavour of how these authorities are essentially doing the minimum and seeking to do the minimum, and even rolling forward by 2 years is essentially saying we want to try to do the least that we can. And the effect, if I may say so, set out beautifully by Ms. Gingle, is that we are moving ever further from the evidence base upon which the plan was submitted. It's obvious that there should be a roll forward of the plan period, for all the reasons that are set out in both our hearing statement today and the one last year.
Thank you. Oxford City Council.
Madam, yes, if I may, we would support rebasing the plan to 2025. It makes sense in the terms of using the most up-to-date LHN of 2025. Seeking to retain a base date in that context adds a degree of complexity with no real practical continuing value. 2025 also aligns with the assessment of the city's unmet needs. So again, there is sense from that point of view. And in terms of the plan period, clearly a degree of pragmatism is required in terms of the plan period here. Everybody appears to be agreed that this plan will have a limited shelf life. So this isn't a case where the 15 years is a die-in-a-ditch issue. The key point as far as the City Council is concerned is that the authorities have committed to meeting the need, the whole of the need, of the unmet need in their area to 2025 within the period to 2043.
Thank you. Mr. Bainbridge.
I would commend the authorities for seemingly putting forward as a main modification both rebase to 2025 and an additional 2 years for the overall plan period, rather than try and just support a position which is that some other local plans have been found sound for a period which is less than 15 years. And in terms of the plan period, this arises because of the rolling forward or pushing back, depending how you want to look at it, of the projected adoption of the joint local plan. So it just feels that this is a pragmatic and reasonable proposition being put forward by the local authorities. That doesn't mean to say that we are content with the implications in terms of growth and the method for growth and what have you, but just on those 2 points of the rebasing to 2025 in the additional 2 years, I think the authority should be commended, and we would support that as main modifications. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to give the authority. Oh, sorry, I missed you in my blind spot there. Would you like to go ahead?
Thank you. Yes. Just to add to the points raised by colleagues around this side of the table, the DIO recommend that main modifications are required to the evidence base and spatial strategy to ensure that the plan is justified. This point's been raised in DIO's Regulation 19 representations and our recent evidence submitted to the MIQs. But the point we're going to try and make is that the plan has not adequately tested higher growth scenarios or reasonable alternatives, including the optimization of sustainable strategic sites and the infrastructure requirements that come along with the delivery of those strategic sites, which would cross not just this local plan, but future local plans in addition. So to address this, the plan should be modified, and the DIO welcome the extension of the plan period, but this should also incorporate the review of housing and employment provision and the safeguarding or allocating additional land, which I appreciate we'll pick this up in the housing session, at strategic sites to ensure that the delivery of housing can be accommodated across the extended plan period. In this way, that the plan would be possibly prepared and justified and effective. In this way, the DIO suggests and recommends that additional safeguarding of land on sites such as Dalton Barracks should be considered at this stage to ensure there's sufficient capacity in the delivery of housing across the plan period.
Okay, thank you. I just want to emphasise, obviously, the MIQs at this stage, at stage 2 of the hearings, are very focused. We have obviously heard evidence in relation to the essay and various options that were considered at stage 1, so I don't really want to go over old ground there. I would like to ask the council to respond to those points, and then I have a suggestion for a way forward, just bearing in mind the time.
Thanks. I'll be very brief. I'm not hearing anybody saying that we shouldn't extend the plan period. It feels like there's actually agreement everywhere that a 15-year plan period means extending to 2043. So I think we've got a strong degree of accord. I thank Oxford City Council for their contribution. I thank Mr. Bainbridge for his contribution. I think everyone's agreed here. I think we'll come back to the detail of numbers for homes and jobs on another day.
Okay, thank you. I think it would be helpful, though, picking up Mr. Shah's suggestion in terms of LPA 32 to redo the calculations to look at extending the base date to 2043. So if we can make that an action point. In terms of housing, yes, it does make sense to have a 2025 base date in terms of the LHN being forward looking. I do think in terms of the employment figures, there needs to be some thought in terms of the potential implications of bringing the base date up to 2025. So in terms of the recalculations, if the council could look at recalculating the figures from, say, 2025 to 2043 for employment land, and then also retaining the base date of 2021 to 2043, and then we have those two scenarios. And I think it might be helpful also to have the view of the council in terms of the potential implications or unintended consequences of updating the base date of the employment land study to 2025 as well. It would help in our consideration.
Madam, those points are noted. We did, you'll remember, as a response to your action points from the previous hearings, provide some updated employment documents which were trying to relate employment figures and housing figures. I think it's LPA 32, 33 and 34. I think it may be helpful to you if we look at those documents and try to bring those up to date to the scenario and period that we're now talking about, 25 to 2043, because that would help you, as it's flush out, are there any knock-on consequences that people haven't really thought about when you try and bring those points together? So if we go away and do that, hopefully that will be a helpful contribution.
I think that would be really helpful, and I appreciate it's quite a tight time frame to do that before Thursday's session. It might be helpful to inform the House requirement discussion, but obviously I'm conscious it's challenging to do that. But happy to hear what the Council has to say on it.
Yes, we're happy to work on that and aim for before Thursday.
Thank you. Right, thank you. I think that would help to move things forward, and I'm sure we will come back potentially to the plan period later on. So, conscious of time, in terms of question 1.14 in relation to the spatial development strategy, in the Council's opening statement, your colleague alluded to the progress on that and potential timeframes. Conscious the geographies aren't clear just yet. But did the Council have anything to add on the SDS at this stage that hasn't already been said?
Not really, other than that the decisions are working through the various cabinets and executives in the Thames Valley for the informal working together arrangements on a Thames Valley SDS. We are at the pre-inception stage of working on that. South Oxfordshire Cabinet considered this on the 2nd of July and Vale of Whitehorse on the 3rd of July, and both approved the arrangements. And we are now, 7 authorities have approved the arrangements, and there are 6 to go. So just about the halfway point. I think Oxford City Council Cabinet are considering it tomorrow. But yes, we are consider it likely that the arrangements will be approved and that the arrangements for the SDS will get up and running very soon.
A case of watch this space. Are there any other points on the SDS? No. Okay. Well, that concludes our questions for this morning, and brought us in only 4 minutes over time, not too bad. So we shall adjourn until 2 o'clock for the effective cooperation session matter 2. Thank you very much.
Right, good afternoon. This hearing session is now open. Forms part of the examination of the South Oxfordshire and Vale of Whitehorse Joint Local Plan. My name is GJ Fort, and alongside my colleagues, Dr. Rachel Bust and Caroline Malloy, we are the inspectors appointed by the Secretary of State to conduct the examination and to report to the councils in due course. And the format of the hearing is a structured and focused discussion that we shall lead. So we've got a few new participants around the table this afternoon. So if we could have introductions again, please, and if I can go to the council's representatives first, please.
Good afternoon, sir. Michael Bedford, KC, providing legal support for the plan making authorities.
Good afternoon, sir. My name's Emma Baker, Planning Policy Team Leader for South Oxfordshire and Vale of Whitehorse.
Good afternoon, inspectors. My name is Tom Rice. I'm the Infrastructure Planning Team Leader in the Planning Policy Team. Thank you.
Thank you. And others around the table, please.
Apologies, is that better? There you go. Sorry, Alison McDonald, Blue Fox Planning, on behalf of Wayne Holmes.
Good afternoon, inspectors. Howell James from Nexus Planning, representing Crest Nicholson.
Good afternoon, Jacqueline Mulliner from Tor & Co, representing Blenheim Strategic Partners.
Good afternoon, David Bainbridge Savills, representing Bolney Court Inc.
Good afternoon, Mike Knott, Stantec, representing various clients.
Good afternoon, Ben Ward, Marans, representing Colcar Strategic Land.
Good afternoon, Peter Canavan, Carter Jonas, representing various clients.
Good afternoon, Stephen Sensible from Carter Jonas, representing various clients.
Good afternoon, Christopher Tennant from WSP, representing Defence Infrastructure Organisation.
Annie Jingle from Turley, representing Blaw.
Megan Streets from Gladman Developments.
Good afternoon, Shemma Sheikh of Council, acting on behalf of Gladman.
Ian Ponter, representing Dorchester Residential Management Limited.
Rachel Williams, Planning Policy Manager, Oxford City Council.
And Simon Bird, KC, providing legal support to the City Council.
Thank you. And Programme Officer for the examination is Mr. Ian Kemp, who should be the main point of contact prior to and after the hearing sessions and should be copied into all correspondence. And I'd like to just come back to the council for the sort of housekeeping and health and safety notes, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. This meeting is being held in the council offices in Abbey House, Abingdon, and is being streamed live on the council's YouTube channel for public viewing. We are not expecting a fire alarm today. In the event of a fire or emergency, please sound the alarm by operating the nearest break glass box, but you do not need to ring 999. The monitoring station is responsible for contacting the fire brigade. Should the fire alarm sound, please evacuate the building via your nearest fire escape, which I'm going to point to now. Go. And meet in the assembly point, which is located at the back of Abbey House in Abbey Gardens. following the security staff and council team members to leave the building. There is a yellow highlight on the map by the meeting room door to show the specific location of the assembly point. Officers will assist you with any evacuation. Please remain at your assembly point until authorised to leave. While evacuating, if the fire alarm ceases to sound, please continue to leave the building until you are told to return by a member of staff or the security team. If you need assistance to get downstairs via an evacuation chair, please ask my colleagues Oliver Moore and Tom Rice, who are going to be waving here, who will help you. On other housekeeping matters, as you will have seen on your way in, all visitors must sign in and out at the registration desk here. When you arrive and depart, you can find toilets at the back of the room, turn left just around the corner. Drinking water in cups are available at the kitchen, which is halfway along the room on the right. Please take all your possessions with you upon leaving the building. Unattended items may be treated as a threat by the security team. The meeting is being live streamed and made available via the council's YouTube channel. Please do not record the meeting on any personal devices and ensure that they have been placed on silent. You work the microphones by pressing the illuminated red button, which should then turn green. And the Wi-Fi password is available on the slips of paper on the table. I think that's everything. If you have any problems with housekeeping, please ask me. Thank you.
Thank you. So this afternoon's hearing session, we'll be discussing matter 2 on maintaining effective cooperation. We'll be putting focus questions based upon and taking forward the MIQs that we circulated earlier in the year and the associated written statements that we've received since then. We'll take a mid-afternoon break at some point as well. So just in terms of an overview, we're tasked with considering the soundness of the plan in accordance with the criteria of the National Planning Policy Framework. And in order to test the plan for soundness and legal compliance, we'll need to ask questions. So you'll see that we've already been doing that in preliminary questions and correspondence with the councils, in the published MIQ documents and in earlier hearing sessions. And both the councils and other participants have responded to these questions. So that will continue this afternoon. But anything that is asked should not be taken as demonstrating a particular predisposition on our part. We will normally start a particular topic by asking the councils for responses to questions we have before indicating that we wish others to comment. If you wish to comment, then please indicate this by turning your nameplate on its side. We may also invite contributions from you on specific points where we think this may assist the examination. And in speaking during the hearing, we will request that you are concise and specific. In particular, if you wish to highlight certain parts of your statement or other documents that form part of the examination, then it will be helpful to us if you can provide the references. And those contributing should use the microphones when speaking to us. It is open to the councils to propose further changes to the plan, and we've already asked that they keep a record of any possible changes that arise during the discussions. So moving on now to the substantive discussion about matter 2 this afternoon, I'd like to open this up with a sort of general question to the council. So, and in terms of, you'll have read the hearing statements, no doubt, that have been submitted. There's a general sort of tone in some of those that there's perhaps been a focus on process rather than outcome. So I'd like your views on that to start with. So that's the first point. Secondly, does the recently sort of completed memorandum of understanding change that in any way? Is that an outcome of that process, which points to sort of effective engagement in terms of the national planning policy framework. And have those outcomes of the cooperation sort of materially changed since the stage 1 hearings and where we got to at that point. So there are sort of 3 general points I'd like to start off with, and in part of your overview about that general question about whether effective cooperation has been maintained.
Yes, thank you. So I'll take that one. Yes, there are some statements that do point to this being a process-led approach post-submission without outcomes, and we just do not disagree with that submission. Our Matter 2 statement covers this in paragraphs 2.13 to 2.14. We explain that the engagement is not just an information sharing or meeting-based process. What we've signed up to post-submission is active joint working with all of the other Oxfordshire authorities. There are iterative discussions that have been set up through various processes in order to resolve issues as plans progress. And obviously, Oxford have to be commended for progressing their plan so quickly, as it has been since the submission of the JLP. So we have been able to engage in that process and come to an outcome. I think the evidence that we submitted in LPA 42 was pointed to you. Again, I would just say that is not meetings and correspondence. That shows you engagements, the forums. It also points to the interim statement of common ground from January 2026, LPA 69. It shows you also that in Appendix 1 of the interim statement of common ground, a very intensive period of programme of work. There are a number of steps there that we signed up to. And the reason we signed up to this as part of Oxford's local plan process was to provide the most up-to-date position on Oxford unmet need, which is the principal issue that we're discussing here. The programme of work has obviously led to that Memorandum of Understanding, so that's LPA 76. So the programme of work has been followed diligently and we have an outcome. The MOU itself, paragraph 2.8 of the MOU, that records agreements by all parties on the level of Oxford's housing need, which is 21,560 dwellings. It also records the agreement on supply, 9,041 dwellings, and therefore the unmet need figure of 12,519 dwellings. Another outcome is all authorities have agreed the approach to how to calculate Oxford's housing need. And that's a very different position from where we were at with the submission JLP, where we were having to base the agreement on the previously agreed figure. So we've now moved forward and we're all in alignment about how to calculate Oxford's need. We're also all in agreement that the emerging plans in Oxfordshire collectively provide for 13,208 homes. So that is a figure that is in excess of the 12,519 homes, which is the unmet need figure. Another outcome in that MOU is that we all agree that the existing commitments remain valid. And I think generally the MOU is what the MPPF is asking for when it looks for outcomes, substantive outcomes. It is not just evidence of an ongoing discussion. You can see that there are resolutions there.
So I was just going to add, just perhaps to touch on your third point as to, in sense, what's materially changed. I mean, in part, that is manifested by the agreed memorandum of understanding. I don't need to rehearse, as it were, the way that the architecture has changed. That's to say, the removal of the duty to cooperate and the emphasis on the soundness tests and therefore effective cooperation as a soundness test. But that obviously is a different dimension to the matters that we were debating last year. And I think what we would certainly want to emphasise is that the previous challenging issues were in large part because of disagreements about matters of fundamental approach. And it did present a difficulty, particularly for the two main local authority groupings, let's say Oxford City and South and Vale, to work their way through those disagreements. But since then, there is now a very different picture in relation to those fundamental matters, because as the MOU records, everybody is agreed on the methodology. That's to say, the standard method for identifying needs, and everybody has agreed both what the outcome of applying the standard method is, also for the purposes of identifying unmet need, everybody has agreed what the residual capacity is and therefore what the unmet need is, and everybody has agreed what the distribution of that should be across the county, with contributions that are sufficient, more than sufficient, to accommodate it. Now, that is a radically different picture to the picture that your colleagues were faced with when this was last being considered. It is right to say, as you will have seen from the written statements, that there are some, what I would suggest are secondary areas where the City Council's view and South and Vale's view is not at the moment on the same page as to how the plan should deal with some of those secondary issues. But we would venture to suggest, firstly, that they are very much matters which aren't fundamental. They don't actually go to the soundness of the plan. But secondly, in any event, if you took the view that some or all of them did go to the issue of soundness, they're perfectly capable of resolution through main modifications. And essentially, this would be another of those instances where it'd be very helpful to have a steer from you and your colleagues, which I'm sure would be of great benefit to the authorities to ensure that they can get closer to being on the same page. It may end up that they still don't completely agree with each other, but in a sense, that's planning, and it's for you just to take a view, and obviously you can reach a view on that. So, whilst we know that there are some others in the room who don't share the position that we do think that the coming together of the local planning authorities across Oxfordshire to produce the memorandum of understanding, yes, it's taken a lot of time, but that's because it's a complicated issue. But it has delivered an outcome, which is what the MPBF is striving for. And your assessment now should build on that position, and, as it were, a prolonged, as it were, navel gazing exercise of, well, how did we get here and could we have got here sooner, probably isn't going to add to matters, because we are now in a position of an agreed assessment between the authorities, which is a perfectly sound platform, and the JLP fits into that jigsaw and delivers on its share.
So in terms of how this affects the plan under examination, Mr. Bedford, so there's the MOU has been produced. Main modifications have been suggested. So how is it anticipated that those main modifications would secure the soundness of the plan on the back of the MOU? Which soundness tests would they be sort of directed to?
The principal main modifications don't relate directly to the contribution that is being made to meet Oxford's unmet needs, because the sites and the contribution of those sites is constant through the JLP. What has changed is the common position of the local authorities about how you should assess Oxford's needs, and therefore the common position on what the scale of the unmet needs are, which clearly wasn't an agreed position previously. And we say that the contribution we were previously making, which hasn't changed, fits within the agreed position on what the scale of the unmet needs are, and it makes a contribution which is sufficient. We think numerically more than sufficient, but we don't particularly need to get into that at the moment, to meet those needs. So there isn't a main modification that is required to do something for Oxford's needs that wasn't previously being done. It's just that there is now an agreed position on what Oxford's unmet needs are. I say I appreciate that there are some subordinate issues that Oxford has raised about delivery, and those are matters which, as I'm sure we'll discuss, but they don't really go, we say, to the heart of the soundness issue.
So we talked about the plan period, didn't we, before the break? And part of that rebasing also plays into, the outcome of the MOU. So, I mean, is that part of the reasoning for the mem?
Well, it is consistent. I think I would say that it is consistent with the MOU, and it certainly makes sense to rebase, because it clarifies, as we were saying earlier this morning before the lunchtime adjournment, it clarifies that 2025 is a sensible starting point, because that chimes in with the starting point that Oxford is using to assess its unmet needs. And having a plan period that runs through to 2043, and having the contribution towards Oxford's unmet needs being met throughout the plan period, which again is a slight change from the submitted plan's formulation, helps to bring that contribution in line. But those are, in a sense, consequences rather than they weren't things which we put forward specifically to address the Oxford position. They were things we put forward to bring it into line with the 15-year period and the up-to-date starting point for the plan period. But it brings everything together so that, I say, you've now got a position that Oxford's unmet needs are agreed between the authorities, as is the contribution that South and Vale make towards meeting them.
Can I just add a little extra to that as well? Also, in our Matter 5 statement, we proposed a modification to policy SP1, which was the distinct criteria relating to Oxford unmet need. If you go to our Matter 5 statement, paragraph 5.10.10, in that we are suggesting that for the criteria to read that we would allocate sufficient sites to meet the agreed unmet housing needs, or as previously had to meet the existing agreed unmet needs. And that is reflective of the outcome that we have come to as part of the MOU. And that would relate to the justified element of the MPPF paragraph 35.
Mr. Bedford, you alluded to some of the points, a sort of a contention not being resolved. But I just wanted to ask, in terms of the attempts that the council have made to work with Oxford City to help resolve those problems.
Madam, well, I think I'll probably ask Ms. Baker to cover. We've set out in, I think, LPA 42, the process. And I think it's probably fair to say that more of the attention was, we would say, understandably given to grappling with and resolving the quantitative side of things first, because one really needed to understand, well, what is the need that is being addressed in terms of how much, in order to then work out how it should be dealt with. And just because of the way things have worked, and you've seen it through the timeline, it has taken quite a while to get to that stage. But so without going back over some of the older ground, as we'd set out previously, we have proposed maintaining the approach in the adopted local plans to the delivery of our contribution to Oxford's needs. And that approach has not involved ring fencing for reasons that we've explained. And that approach has relied on separate memorandas of agreement to deal with affordable housing provision, dealing with that outside of the plan making process, because we haven't seen those as directly plan making matters. And we have again taken the position, as we've set out, that the contribution that we think is being made towards Oxford's unmet needs should still be expressed as part of the overall housing requirement for the reasons we've articulated. Now, I know that at the moment Oxford's not on the same page on that. And I say that is an area where we think what the MPPF says and what we've done is consistent. We also think it's consistent with what the previous local plan inspectors found to be sound. But we're conscious that there's a debate, and I say we're not, in a sense, averse to reconsidering matters if you consider that, in a sense, we've got it wrong and we shouldn't be doing that. But that's a matter that we would welcome a steer from you. And then I say, in terms of the way that the engagement has gone, I'll ask Ms. Baker if there's anything she wants to add.
Yeah, we set out engagements through the Oxfordshire forums that we've had as part of the work programme. That is in the Appendix 1 of the Interim Statement of Common Ground that has resulted in that MOU. In LPA 63, that was our response to the inspector's request. That also listed some updated engagements that had happened between LPA 42 being written in the February and up until the May 2026. What we have been working on since then is hopefully an update to the bilateral statement of common ground that ourselves and Oxford produced last July. That is not complete yet, but we have been engaging on a process of meeting and emails to try and rectify or provide an up-to-date position. So that would be a position not on unmet need, but other issues that, as Mr. Bedford has set out, we haven't reached agreement on, but it does set out clearly what our positions would be on those issues, which of course we can delve into today.
Mr. Bird.
Thank you. So, if I may, we see the plan as being stuck at the end of the beginning, in the sense that we have reached an agreed outcome in terms of the quantitative unmet need. But the process in terms of reflecting that in an effective strategy in this plan has not received any effective response from the two councils. That is not, as has just been suggested to you, a secondary issue or a subordinate issue. It is key to the effectiveness of this plan. The City Council is looking for a plan which effectively delivers on the unmet need. The only policy, as far as we can see, in this plan which addresses unmet need is SP1 little 10. Which you heard there's a modification to remove the word existing, but it's still only a commitment to allocate sites rather than deliver or secure the delivery of sites. There is no spatial specificity. There's no quantitative figure in any policy in the plan reflecting the now agreed unmet need. And there is no strategy in terms of meeting that need. And the history has shown that the council's former approach, which is now diluted in this plan, simply has not delivered, either in Vale or in South Oxfordshire. So something more effective needs to be put in place now if the unmet need, which was first identified, I think, in 2014, is actually going to be met. And we'll come back to a lot of these issues when we're dealing with the spatial strategy, the detail of the policies in due course. But this plan does not, again, contrary to what you've been told, maintain the approach even of the existing plans. There was greater specificity in the policies of the existing plans as to where the unmet need was to be met. For example, in Vale, it was on the fringe of Oxford and also Abingdon. But even that didn't work. And so to dilute it now and say that this is an unmet need which will be met somewhere in the districts, having regard to the overall housing requirement in the districts with no separately identified housing requirement to meet the unmet need, is not effective. It's not likely to be effective. And as I say, these are not subsidiary or subordinate issues, they're fundamental. In terms of the actual engagement, which has been ongoing, and I can ask Ms. Williams just to address you on that in terms of these detailed points.
Thank you. Perhaps it would be helpful for me to explain a little about the Memorandum of Understanding, as it's only belatedly been produced and submitted to the examination. when we in Oxford embarked on our emerging local plan 2045, we were very keen to make sure that we did everything we could to demonstrate duty to cooperate, as it was at the time, given the problems that we'd had with our 2040 plan. So we'd suggested the introduction of the Duty to Cooperate Forum, and we have taken the initiative to chair, programme and minute those meetings every month since then. Those meetings have had a focus on the development of the Oxford local plan. That's the plan that's been most in development over the past year. You can see a programme of work which we'd put to the Duty to Cooperate Forum in Appendix 1 of the MOU. This was an attempt by ourselves as Oxford to produce an outcome document for the benefit of our future inspectors on our local plan. So we identified a programme of work that would help us to get to, in the first instance, the interim statement of common ground, which would be published alongside our Reg 19 consultation in January, and then the MOU ready for our submission, which we'd identified for June, may now be July. So you can see the programme of work is quite extensive, and we have been grateful for officers in the other districts to work with us on that. The MOU itself, though, is quite limited in scope. Its subject, as I say, is the Oxford local plan, and it looks purely at Oxford's need, Oxford's capacity, and Oxford's unmet need. As the councils explain, we do now have agreement on the headline figure for the unmet need, and we have, as documented in the MOU, a series of commitments in emerging plans elsewhere that I hope will give our future inspectors comfort that our unmet need can be met in those authorities and commitment to do so. The MOU doesn't go any further than that, though. It's purely the headline figure and confirming the apportionment of that, which is perhaps important to note is the same, largely the same apportionment as we had for the previous round of local plans. The MOU doesn't, though, touch on any of the other issues that Oxford had outstanding with South and Vale councils at the last round of hearing sessions on the JLP. As my colleague has set out, there were a number of issues that we've been raising at every stage of the JLP through the Reg 18/19 at the hearings last year and again this year, that we would like to see a combination of mechanisms which we have suggested to give us comfort that the unmet need committed to in the JLP will be delivered to meet Oxford's needs in a tailored way, in a timely way, give us confidence that that can be monitored and delivered. At the last set of hearings, we set out our position that we didn't believe there'd been engagement prior to submission of the JLP. Won't touch on that now. As I say, there has been cooperation to develop the MOU for our local plan, and that's helpful as far as it goes. It is our position, though, that we haven't had engagement on those other outstanding issues, which we raised last year and was summarised earlier. Our first meeting on a bilateral statement of common ground to update the one that followed last year's hearings was only a matter of weeks ago. Our first conversation about that statement of common ground was held after the hearing statements for these hearings were submitted. We'd hoped that some of those issues that we've been raising throughout could have been resolved, that we could have closed the gap a little. We've provided, as I say, a list of those potential mechanisms that we believe would help the plan. As suggested, we don't see these as secondary issues. These are fundamental to ensure the delivery of Oxford's unmet need, but we haven't had conversations on those. The there are two, memorandums of understanding on the affordable housing elements linked to the adopted plans. These set out, they refer to some of the features of the adopted local plans that give us comfort on location, mix, tenure, those elements. And those are referenced in the MOUs that are signed on the allocation of affordable housing units. We would like to see those embedded in this plan. We're concerned that if those elements of the policies of the adopted plans and carried forward into those MOUs are not taken forward, we lose a lot of our comfort in the ability of the JLP to deliver our need in a timely and appropriate way.
Thank you. So in terms of the emerging statement of common ground that's been produced, well, to support Oxford City's plan as well as the one we're examining, and that will have a broader focus than the MOU, because I'm just reading from the MOU now, paragraph 1.3, and as you've said, it focuses solely on the key strategic matter of Oxford's unmet housing need. So the statement of common ground is going to be more comprehensive.
That's the intention. So yes, the interim statement of common ground of January and the MOU are very limited in scope. We are we are quite close now to developing and signing a bilateral statement of common ground between South and Vale and Oxford on the JLP. I'd hope that could be in the matter of days now to get that sorted. That sets out those additional issues that we are looking to be addressed. As a matter of days, I think.
Can I just add, for reference, HES 19 and HES 20 are the two memoranda of understanding which address Oxford City's unmet need in terms of the affordable housing. And you'll see that they are both tied to the policies of the existing local plans.
I don't know whether you want to hear from others in the room on this topic before we come back, or whether you want to hear anything specific from us in response to those direct points from Oxford. Yeah.
Ms. Mulliner.
Thank you, sir. Just on the point that delivery doesn't go to the soundness, that clearly can't be the correct approach to the MPPF. If you look at para 11 and para 60, they both require that the plan must meet the needs, not just allocate, they actually need to meet those needs. And paragraph 23 of the 2023 MPPF does say that the strategic policies should provide a clear strategy for bringing forward sufficient land and at a sufficient rate to address the objectively assessed needs over the plan period. And obviously those objectively assessed needs cover the whole spectrum of housing need. And so it's clearly demonstrable from the lack of delivery to meet the unmet need over the last 10 years or more that the current approach isn't working and it's not effective and positive. And it does need to have something far more certain about delivery. Delivery absolutely goes to soundness. It's not something that you can just sweep aside. And then I just wondered whether I could just clarify something. The statement of common ground just mentioned, as I understood, said it set out the issues to be addressed, but I'm assuming it doesn't actually address the issues. It just sets out the unmet or the unresolved issues. Thank you.
Mr. Bainbridge.
Thank you. The consideration of maintaining which includes unmet need, but it just includes those. So whilst we all accept that the legal duty to cooperate is no longer in effect, there is still the requirement for the ongoing of effective cooperation. And I think the examination really needs to take a bit more of a helicopter view at this point in time, which is what are the strategic matters in particular for effective cooperation, because we've alighted, which I can understand why, immediately onto the unmet need of Oxford City. And I felt almost the discussion would benefit from what the strategic matters are and then focus upon the unmet need. Now, it is very instrumental to read Oxford City's hearing statement and also to hear the submissions made round the table this afternoon regarding the policy approach within the submitted plan, regarding the level of engagement which has or has not taken place, and which can only lead us to one conclusion, which is that there has not been the effective cooperation resulting in an effective and positively prepared plan. I appreciate that you inspectors will read every hearing statement, but if I may just refer to just some aspects of Oxford City's statement, which you have in front of you. So the response to question 2.1, and this is hearing statement 13 for this matter too. It states that the City Council maintains that as per previous statements, there was no effective cooperation between the City Council and the South and Vale councils prior to submission of the joint local plan. At the bottom of the text, I won't read it all out, of course, at the bottom of the text, the answer to question 2.1, it states, South and Vale councils have not raised any JLP topics at the Duty to Cooperate Forum meetings, nor offered separate discussions on these issues. My final readout from this, because I appreciate you'll want to move on, is the response from the City Council in the same statement regarding question 2.2a. So that's on the second page. And it states the City Council has serious concerns in relation to how the JLP will ensure that the housing needs and the housing requirements are met. So that's focusing down onto the unmet needs. I often find in these examinations, it's particularly instrumental where you have a neighbouring plan-making, decision-making authority which comes out with such statements and appears at the examination and backs them up in person. It is particularly instrumental when it is the city, arguably the heart of the county, which goes to the heart of the matters of strategic cooperation. And we heard from the City Council that there are emerging matters which are being discussed with South and Vale councils. But when it comes to the memorandum of understanding, it is worth having in mind that this is an MOU on cooperating on the needs, the unmet needs of Oxford City between the authorities in respect of Regulation 20 stage of the Oxford Local Plan 2045 only. So it is only about that. That's been clearly defined in the heading. So it's document LPA 76. That's been backed up by the submissions which we've heard around the table from the City Council. All of this leads to only one conclusion, which is that there has not been the effective cooperation. It's not positively prepared plan, and it's not an effective plan. There is much more work to come, and it would be interesting, inspectors, as to whether you wish to probe in due course the comment from the City Council about us being potentially days away from a bilateral agreement and how that might sit in the context of what you have in front of you, inspectors, going forward. Thank you.
Mr. Nutt.
Thank you. And thankfully, I can cut my submissions down considerably as a result of Mr. Bainbridge. I mean, notwithstanding the fact that the City Council maintains objections, there has been, on the face of it, a kind of fairly significant shift in the position. We've gone from the proverbial Montagues and Capulets of the Southeast plan making world of last summer, with Oxford City still raw from South and Vale having been the chief protagonist to result in their plan being withdrawn, to now a position where, notwithstanding objections, there's been some progress. But I think, as Mr. Bainbridge has characterised, that progress has been extremely late and certainly is far from complete. The main issue that we would raise is, I think Mr. Bedford's position for the joint councils is, well, if you inspectors take the view that there are issues with the plan, including those that have been raised by the City Council, all of those are capable of being dealt with through modifications. But I think I would put to you that this, cumulatively, with all the points that still need to be resolved with the JLP, if it were to progress, must result in a significant body of work. And our concern is that there's, Ms. Williams, I think almost a Freudian slip at the start in terms of timing of the Statement of Common Ground. I think it will be very welcome by all parties if it is a matter of days. But of course, then the parties, participants will need an opportunity to consider and respond to that. Furthermore, we've only been given a matter of days to review the Memorandum of Understanding. So whilst, there is progress, it is all coming very late, and our position is that it's come too late. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it Mr. Kavanagh's coming in now?
Thank you, sir. Yes. Trying to think of much more to really add to that, to echo, of course, the concerns about the timings, both of things not yet done and things recently submitted. An additional concern to those already mentioned, I think, is to look at the Memorandum of Understanding in a little bit of detail. Perhaps the irony of it being called a Memorandum of Understanding, because I don't understand it. What we've got is a collection of authorities who've agreed that the standard method is the appropriate starting point, and that's the most up-to-date standard method for the city, but not necessarily for the surrounding authorities. So we've got an exercise of not really comparing like with like. South and Vale and the Cherwell plan can both deal with the old standard method. Goodness knows where the Cherwell plan is. And the West plan might probably use the new standard method, but that's okay because what's been generated is an agreed unmet need position. But in order to engage with that unmet need figure, we're going to use an agreement from 2016 that's based on figures from 2013. And why is that important to reflect on for a minute? Well, that's because those agreed figures were based on the capacity of those districts at that time using the understanding of need at that time. So that's even further back. And so we've already been asked about the so what point, or the so what point has been mentioned. Well, the point is this, that none of it actually engages with a continued housing crisis. None of it gives confidence that any of this need will be met. And indeed, these councils don't monitor the unmet need of the city because it's not included in the current 5-year housing land supply calculations. And so I don't think that any of this can be characterised as effective or positive planning, and therefore can't meet paragraph 26 of the 2023 NPPF.
Miss Jingle.
Jingle like the bell. So to sort of agree with colleagues around the table, particularly on this delivery point, and I think the Memorandum of Understanding, particularly section 4, is actually quite damning. Cherwell Council no homes delivered. South Oxfordshire, no homes delivered. Vale of White Horse makes provision for these homes provided with Abingdon and Thames, but could be anywhere, not next to Oxford. Why would that make sense? West Oxfordshire, no homes delivered. And this, again, as colleagues have alluded to, is based on apportionments from more than 10 years ago, which has taken over a decade to agree when these are going to be delivered. And we've ended up in such a situation that while the apportionment has been agreed from 2021 onwards, nothing has been delivered. And in the council's current 5-year supply, because their plans are out of date and they're using the current standard method, they're actually including some of these sites, such as the Abingdon and Thames site, towards their needs. And while it is right that using the current standard method, they shouldn't be accounting for Oxford's unmet needs, they also shouldn't be accounting for sites deliberately allocated to meet that need towards their 5-year supply. So what we have in effect is a triple counting of these sites from previous plans from 2014 onwards and thereabouts, plans going forward and in the current 5-year supply. So how is that proactive, but also how is that actually delivering Oxford's unmet needs? And over those periods, Oxford's housing registers have increased, temporary accommodation has increased, homelessness has increased, and this is a direct result of all of the Oxfordshire authorities failing to deliver on these commitments, and we have no certainty that they will be delivered in the future.
Mr. Sheikh.
Thank you, sir. If I might take us to a slightly different point, which is in respect of Reading Borough Council, which is a point we've made in our matter hearing 2 statement. And it's a paragraph 1.14. The reference is 2WS2/8. And it's in light of paragraph 30 of LPA 42, which the council submitted in respect of other authorities in which there has been contact, because that document seems to indicate that there has not been communication with Reading Borough Council. And that's important, firstly, because Reading can only demonstrate, as shown by their annual monitoring statement, a housing supply of 3.5 years. And the second point is because it's referenced in the duty to cooperate statement, which is CSD 09.1 and paragraph 2.64. Reading previously wrote to both councils stating that it would potentially need help in regards to meeting its future needs. That letter was dated August 2024, but as I say, there doesn't seem to have been any further contact with Reading on matters of unmet need since then, and that's clear from Appendix 1 of LPA 42, which doesn't identify that further contact with Reading since. In addition to that, so in addition to housing needs, there are also strategic infrastructure requirements that should be discussed between both councils and Reading, including highways matters. But again, there seems to be a lack of meaningful cooperation with Reading Borough Council. And so we say at this stage, and especially in respect of Reading, that the only conclusion can currently be that there is non-compliance with the relevant paragraphs in terms of effective cooperation.
So a document was added to the examination library yesterday afternoon, which LPA 77, which is a Reading position paper, Mr. Sheikh. And this, I think, in the round with the other sorts of documents that have been quite late, and hearing what Mr. Knott says, I think as inspectors we'll think about whether there's any additional either contingency we need to discuss that, or whether we can take additional written material on them when the hearing's closed. I mean, that's largely dependent if and when we receive the statement of common ground, the bilateral statement of common ground, how we might deal with those things in the round. But just to flag that to you, Mr. Sheikh, so it's LPA 77, and that came in yesterday afternoon.
Thanks. My understanding is we've only perhaps been aware of it today, so haven't had the opportunity to review it, but it's obviously highly important and very late in the day examination hearings, but grateful.
So would it help just on that point to manage expectations in terms of the emerging statement of common ground? I think it's more likely to be value as a statement of uncommon ground rather than, as it were, advancing agreed positions. So, and I don't think anybody's going to be taken by surprise by its content. That's what those are my instructions.
Mr. Ponter.
Thank you, sir. I'm not Mr. Tucker, but I appear on behalf of the same client, and Mr. Tucker will be back on Thursday, I think. And the point I'm going to make this afternoon is really a bit of a precursor to the points that he'll be making then. I don't want to steal Mr. Tucker's thunder. What we say is this, that the cooperation that's taken place has not produced a positively prepared strategy. That's our central point. Our hearing statement, and I'll give you the reference, that is 2WS2/15, amongst other things, refers to evidence that endorses and promotes the economy of Oxford and Oxfordshire, and confirms its importance in a national context. In short, it goes without saying that the growth agenda for Oxfordshire transcends local planning authority boundaries. It is a regional issue of national importance. And just by way of example, if one looks at the recently produced Memorandum of Understanding, by way of an example, you could look at the joint interim statement of common ground produced in January of this year. It goes to the same point. There is no reference in that document or those documents to that important economic factor, which, as I say, transcends local planning authorities in the efforts to cooperate between local planning authorities. And we say that that is a significant failure that then has a knock-on effect, amongst other things, to housing numbers. So with regard to those arguments, we say the result is a plan that isn't positively prepared because it omits, as an exercise in cooperation, the consideration of a fundamentally important factor. Thank you very much.
So there are quite a few points to come back on then, but if you could give us the council's views on those, please.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I'll turn to Ms. Baker in a moment, but can I just make a few overarching points? First of all, it's just worth reminding the examination of the point, inspectors, that you made in, I think it is ID 17, which were your guidance notes for these sessions, where in relation to hearing statements, you were very clear in paragraphs 34 and 35 what you expected. And so far as other participants were concerned, paragraph 35, you said that participants should explain which particular part of the plan is unsound, explain why it is unsound, and say how the plan can be made sound, explaining the precise change stroke wording that is sought. And on this topic about effective cooperation, what you've heard from various participants in the room is their view that they don't think that there's been effective cooperation or engagement. Some have then tried to relate that to a soundness test of effectiveness, but they haven't then dealt with the next stage with what should be done about that if they're right, other than, as it were, throw their hands up in horror and say, well, don't do anything. And with respect, we would say that isn't good enough. And the problem actually does manifest itself when you start to try to think about matters. And if you start to try to think about matters that have been raised by some of the participants, you realise that actually what they are seeking to suggest is not actually deliverable and therefore wouldn't be sound. And if I deal first of all with the position in terms of Oxford and this issue of specificity as to it being said that's what's needed to ensure delivery. You already have in the examination library, it's AP04, which is the adopted Vale Local Plan Part 2. And if I can draw your attention to that, paragraphs 212 to 20 deal with the then position of Oxford's unmet need. And in particular, paragraph 215 explained the Vale's approach, which was not to ring fence allocations for the purposes of addressing the agreed quantum of Oxford's need. It then drew attention to the approach that had been taken in the Part 1 local plan, and at paragraph 218, it quotes directly from the Part 1 local plan inspector's report, and it was the inspector's report, paragraph 25, but the quote is set out in ALP 04, and the inspectors said, in reality, it would be all but impossible to determine if a potential occupier of this housing, Part 1 allocations, represents a Vale or an Oxford housing need. And in the context of market housing, that is obviously right. We do not live in a world, fortunately, most of us might say, where local authorities are able to dictate where people live, or indeed where they've come from before they take up accommodation. That is a matter that the market deals with. And any proposal that suggested that a housing allocation had to be delivered in a way, so far as the market housing was concerned, that restricted occupation of that housing only to persons who could prove that their origins were from some other part of the country, would clearly be a nonsense. So that deals with the market side of things. So far as the affordable housing side of things is concerned, we've already got agreed memoranda of understanding in place, and we have made it quite clear to Oxford that we're very happy to maintain those arrangements in relation to the JLP. So there's no, as it were, obstacle or difficulty about that. All of that is delivered through mechanisms which already exist. And so there is no substantive issue there in terms of the effectiveness of delivery. And I don't rehearse all the points we've made in the written statement about the litigation that there was. It actually related to Dorchester Living, as it happens, and Cherwell District Council, but it's on this issue of if you're seeking to provide for unmet need in your development plan, should you ring fence that when you're counting up housing land supply, so you have, as it were, 2 5-year land supply calculations in the same district, one for the district's own needs and one for the unmet need? And the court's unequivocal answer to that was that that's not the expectation of the MPPF, and that's not what should be done. Once you've accepted an unmet need in your area, that unmet need becomes part of your need and therefore should be dealt with by you through a single housing requirement. And we have followed that approach. We think that's consistent with the MPPF's expectations, and we are not, unless, as it were, told by you, sir, or madams, to do something different, we're not at the moment persuaded that soundness requires us to do anything different to that which has been accepted by the courts as a legitimate way of interpreting the MPPF. In terms of some of the issues raised by other participants, effectively they are permutations of the same issues, which is focusing on, well, has the plan delivered in the past, and if not, will this plan deliver? But we say that the mechanisms that we propose are effective, they're capable of delivering the houses insofar as a local planning authority, which obviously doesn't build the houses, is able to provide for the houses. We're providing suitable sites. They are sites either with planning permission or sites which are allocations. They're in appropriate locations, and there are more than sufficient sites in appropriate locations to accommodate Oxford's unmet needs. And that essentially provides the way forward. On the Reading position, and I quite understand why Mr. Sheikh might not have absorbed the document because of the timescale, but the position has moved on from the position he was outlining in his concerns, and it's quite clear that there is an agreed up-to-date position with Reading, that Reading is going to address its own housing needs through its own local plan, and it doesn't generate unmet needs for elsewhere. I think, so those were the points that I wanted to make, and then I'll just turn to Ms. Baker for any additional comments.
I think firstly, I'd like to address the point that was made that the South and Vale attendance at the Duty to Cooperate forums, later the Development Plan Cooperation forums, that we didn't progress JLP related matters. Despite the fact that, of course, those largely did focus on Oxford, given their plan-making stage, it dealt largely with unmet need and Oxford's need, which, of course, is also an issue for the JLP. We also did raise agenda items on the bilateral JLP Statement of Common Ground in the June session. In the August session, we asked for the alignment of employment strategies and the foundational economy. So that's not an accurate representation of what South and Vale have done in terms of engagement. I think the other point I'd like to raise is what's being presented to you by some here is that we've not had any engagement. What you have in front of you in LPA 42 and LPA 63, I don't think it's credible to say we've had no engagement. I would also like to point out Oxford is a signatory to LPA 69, the Oxfordshire Interim Statement of Common Ground, and the MOU. That is their formal position, it's an agreed position. That document confirms agreement on need, unmet need, and that agreement to honour the contributions. I'd agree that the agreed distribution has not changed. That was agreed through Oxfordshire-wide process that is embedded in adopted plans, and it remains committed to in the JLP. LPA 69, the authorities confirm they'll continue to honour the commitments made regarding Oxford unmet need. Paragraphs 24 to 30 of LPA 69 set out each authority's contribution, their delivery to date, their future commitments which are being taken forward. A little on how the JLP delivers it. There were some comments there, specifically where it's delivered. The sites that we have remain consistent with the adopted plans. We do find it surprising that Oxford's position on the sites has changed. They did support the spatial strategy and adopted plans. They supported the distribution of unmet need via agreed apportionment and said cooperation at that time was robust, long-standing and produced sound outcomes. We still agree with them. That has not changed. The mechanism for addressing Oxford's unmet need, we think, is clear and long-standing. Unmet need is incorporated into neighbouring authorities' housing requirements and delivered through local plan allocations. That approach was established through the original Oxfordshire-wide apportionment process. It has been embedded with adopted plans. You now have it reaffirmed through LPA 69 and confirmed through the MOU that the agreed level of unmet need is there, the contributions that each authority will make, how those contributions are being incorporated into the emerging plans. And you also have the sites and delivery sources through which they will be accommodated. National policy does not require Oxford's unmet need to be ring-fenced to particular sites or monitored through a separate housing target. The planning system already contains mechanisms for responding to future changes for housing need. Local plans are prepared based on the best available evidence at the time and are monitored and reviewed as circumstances evolve. In any case, in our AMRs, which are in the examination library, LPA 14 is the latest South Oxfordshire AMR, and OCD 07.1, the Vale of Whitehorse AMR. If you go to those, Table 5 within South Oxfordshire and Table 7 within Vale of Whitehorse already includes monitoring of sites for unmet need. The MOU LPA 76 explicitly recognises in paragraph 6.2 exactly how the unmet need is dealt with by the districts in new or emerging plans is a matter for each district. What matters is that the authorities remain committed to contributing to Oxford's unmet need, which the MOU confirms we are. The delivery mechanism already exists. Unmet need is built into the housing requirement and delivered through the allocations. We don't think there's been any material changes in circumstances since Oxford's position originally that it should be incorporated into a housing requirement delivered through allocations. We believe the JLP follows a tested model of incorporating unmet need in the housing requirement and delivering it through ongoing supply. We have actual delivery. We do have a delivery in Vale. We have nomination mechanisms, and that further demonstrates that the system is functioning effectively. You've been pointed to HES 19 and HES 20, the Memorandum of Understanding for addressing the affordable housing elements. We fully support those operationally going forward. We work well with the Oxford City Housing team, and we have no indications that that's something which needs to be amended in any way. That is something which Oxford City know from our engagements. We've already acknowledged that we support that memorandum being continued. We've also drafted that agreement into our bilateral statement of common ground that's not complete yet. So I don't think it's accurate to say that's a wholly, presented to you as a wholly disagreeable document. That is something that we agree on. I think I'll just reiterate the point of Mr. Bedford that once that market housing is built, there's no practical mechanism for ensuring the homes are occupied by households from a particular authority area. That's always been the difficulty here. I just want to come to the point on Reading, if I can. You've mentioned LPA 77. The reason why LPA 77, we felt that was necessary is to just ensure there is a factual position that is agreed with Reading before you. Prior to that, we had the agreed statement of common ground DUC 07, but we're still in the position with Reading that we both agree we've engaged actively, ongoing basis. We don't believe that that Reading is generating a strategic housing issue, which requires distribution of unmet need. And obviously that the document LPA 77 just gives you an update on how Reading's examination is progressing as of last week. I think there are some issues on delivery and monitoring, which my colleague Tom Rice may want to come in on.
Thank you. Thank you, Emma, and I hope everyone can hear me. So there are a couple of points I'd like to come back on from Oxford, please, which is, as Mr. Bedford alluded to, the City Council has said they've identified some specific suggestions for monitoring and delivery. But besides simply saying that that should follow a separate requirement or trajectory in their written statements, I'm not aware of any detailed suggestions of how such a mechanism would work. What geography would it apply to? How does that interact with greenbelt policies? We've never seen an alternative proposal to monitoring from Oxford other than what we have always done in South and Vale. So that lets me on to my next point, which is the proformas identified in LPA 69. So that's the interim statement of common ground. And I thank Miss Jungle from Turley for taking us there earlier. So I'm going to take you to each of those proformas, and I'm going to ask you to look at specifically at the column amount delivered to meet Oxford's unmet need prior to 2025. So Cherwell, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Cherwell has a specific ring fence approach. And I'll say the same for South Oxfordshire, 0 on delivery. But I will then go on to Vale of White Horse. Amount delivered to date, 455, 194, 153, 283, 280, 48, 7. So there's been really strong delivery in Vale. And as we've seen through the reference to ALP 04, we know that Vale doesn't have a ring fence. Which council did attempt a ring fence? Cherwell. Which council's approach was found inappropriate at the High Court? Cherwell. So not only is the ring fence ineffective, it's not in accordance with national policy or case law. Secondly, in relation to the point raised by Miss Jingle, again, I promise I'm not picking on you. It's just a point around the delivery of sites in relation to 5-year land supply currently. I think we heard this morning about a lot of disagreement about national policy. And again, I think this is an issue of national policy because there is nothing in national planning policy or guidance that says once you've completed a Regulation 10A review, you should compartmentalise your housing requirement and housing supply. As far as I'm aware, we're still on the basis of one requirement, one supply. And I'm not aware of any policy or guidance that says in the situation which is not relevant to this local plan because it's not where we are at the moment. Well, sorry, not what this plan's proposing. But I just wanted to come back on that point that we don't agree with the fact that we're triple counting housing sites for delivery. Thank you.
So in terms of those points on the sort of comprehensiveness of cooperation, I mean, we've talked a lot, understandably, about the unmet need, but then we've heard points about the sort of economic development, the growth agenda, and how that's been taken into account in sort of the strategic matters that are before you when you're cooperating with others. Have you got any particular thoughts on that?
I mean, it is our view that national policy doesn't require us to have a fixed or direct alignment between employment growth and housing numbers, which is the critique and the disagreement here. We've heard it being said that housing and labour markets do operate across economic areas and not administrative boundaries. The NPPF recognises this, and through its emphasis on cooperation and planning across housing markets, it asks us to consider that. We would just say that the JLP is supported by employment evidence. It does have labour supply analysis. We do have the housing and employment balance work that considers that relationship between homes and jobs and doesn't bear out an imbalance. The plan strategy reflects the assessments and directs growth to locations with strong functional relationship to employment areas. We have LPA 33 and 34 mentioned this morning that again points to us not agreeing that there is a misalignment, and this morning we've agreed to update that to account for the plan period scenarios. And I think I'd just generally say we believe the plan directly supports the Oxford economy by accommodating a share of Oxford's unmet housing need. It helps to provide that labour market. I think that is a clear and direct alignment between jobs growth and housing provision.
Mr. Bird.
So I'll just respond to 2 points. Firstly, relating to the delivery in Vale, because you were taken by Mr. Bedford to some textual references in the adopted plan, which is ALP 04, the Part 2 plan. You weren't taken to Policy 8A, which specifically allocates the 2,200 figure to Abingdon-on-Thames and Oxford Fringe sub-area. You will also note from 2.13 of the plan, the council then recognised that it was important for sites to be appropriately located. 2.23 that it was important that they have an appropriate type of housing, and 2.27 that the mix of housing which was required in Oxford City had been reflected in the SHMA of that time. So there was much greater specificity, which no doubt led to the degree of delivery that there has been towards meeting Oxford's needs. All of those points go with the proposed submission plan. There's no reference to any sub-area, no reference to appropriate location, no reference to type of housing, or indeed the mix of housing in the proposed submission draft. And there seems to be, and this reflected both in what Mr. Bedford said and in terms of what Mr. Rice said, a bit of a blockage caused by the Dorchester Living case, which you were referred to. And you'll find that at Appendix 2 to WS3/1. And it's important to understand what it actually decides, because it's, I think, been slightly misrepresented to you. What it decides is that in circumstances as they existed in Cherwell at the time, where you have two requirements in plans adopted pre-2023, where there has been no delivery to meet the unmet need, the inspector was entitled to conclude that amalgamating the two requirements, so there was the wider district requirement and the unmet need requirement for Oxfordshire, for Oxford's unmet need, amalgamating those two requirements in order to calculate the 5-year land supply best met the objectives of the NPPF 2023. That's all it decides. And the context is important, because Cherwell was seeking to argue that they should use the most up-to-date LHN for their 5-year land supply calculation, excluding from that calculation the unmet need figure. And the inspector ultimately said, no, you should amalgamate the two, because that's more consistent with the NPPF 2023. So Cherwell were at that point seeking to use the two requirements to dilute the undersupply issue. So airbrush out of the equation the fact that there had been no delivery on their allocated sites. And here you have the two districts, South and Vale, seeking to have a single requirement applying to the whole of the two districts, which will effectively dilute the requirement in terms of a deliverable supply to meet Oxford's needs where it needs to be met, because on their case, it can be met anywhere in the two districts. And that's how the 5-year land supply calculation would be undertaken. So it's a different way of masking the under-delivery of the provision to meet the unmet need. And if you go to the Dorchester Living case, you'll see in paragraph 57 of the judgment, the judge actually said, well, it actually makes perfectly good sense to monitor separately the unmet need figure. It was just that the actual policy Charwell had in place did not have the effect that they hoped it would have, sense of it didn't require any undersupply in the unmet need area to be met in the unmet need area. It applied to the district as a whole. And so that was an important part of the finding that there should be a single requirement for the whole district. And when you actually go to paragraph 67 of the MPPF 2023, you will see that whilst it says you should have a strategic overall requirement, it allows for other requirements. So it specifically refers to a requirement in relation to neighbourhood areas. So it allows for the overall requirement to be disaggregated into lesser requirements. It doesn't limit the ability to disaggregate only to neighbourhood areas. What it's saying is that, yes, you should have an overall requirement. Yes, that can be used for 5-year land supply purposes, but you may need, for effectiveness reasons, to have a lesser requirement, which you need to monitor and have in place arrangements if there's any deficit in relation to it. And the other paragraph relied upon by the districts in their hearing statements is paragraph 75 of the MPPF 2023, and that simply refers back to monitoring the requirement. So again, nothing there which says that you can't have two requirements, an overall district requirement for the 5-year land supply and an unmet need requirement for the purposes of monitoring and taking remedial steps if it isn't met. So properly understood, neither the Dorchester case nor the MPPF prevent an overall requirement being disaggregated to identify a specific unmet need figure, nor do they prevent putting in place a discrete monitoring and implementation regime to meet and ensure that unmet need figure is met. Nor do they, as it were, lead to that being inconsistent with allowing the overall requirement to be monitored for a 5-year land supply purpose. You can have two separate requirements which can be monitored and addressed in different ways. And whilst we're criticised for not, as we're spelling out the wording of policies, it's entirely clear from our hearing statements the changes we see as necessary in order to meet that objective.
Ms. Mulliner.
Thank you, sir. Just a couple of references. Just in terms of obviously, the plan does need to set a spatial strategy and it does need to have a sustainable pattern of development in it. That's parallel 11A. But just in terms of the geographical distribution, if you look at the NPPG, I'll just give you reference, it's 61017 2019 0315. It does ask for the strategic policy making authorities to cooperate, and it does talk about that they should agree the most appropriate functional geographical area to gather evidence and develop policies to address these matters. Obviously, one of those matters being housing provision. So it is important. And again, it sets out in the PPG as to why that's important, because of the housing market, the travel to work areas and other matters. So there is a basis within national policy to look at this in this way. And yes, of course, you can't prevent people moving around, but the authority itself has distinguished between the Vale of Whitehorse requirement and South Oxfordshire requirement. So they're already ring fencing. So why not go another step and actually look specifically at the unmet need and to how they can achieve a sustainable pattern of development in terms of meeting that needs. And as I say, there is in the PPG guidance as to how you might do that.
Mr. Knott.
Thank you, sir. 2 points. Firstly, prompted by the point that was made by the City Council, pardon me, which alluded to the airbrushing, I think, as characterised by Cherwell. I think just for added context for these 2 councils, Vale of Whitehorse actually has got its own form on the airbrushing effect. And that is characterised by the Regulation 10A review that it undertook of its Part 1 local plan in 2021. And actually, in contrast with Mr. Bedford's submission advocating the benefits of the plan-led system, in this case, the Vale of Whitehorse District Council opted to conclude that its housing requirement in the plan was in need of updating, and at that point, conveniently opted to switch to standard method, which was a good couple of hundred homes per year lower. I raised that example simply, and of course, there were other examples related to South Oxfordshire, which we covered in stage 1 in terms of the history there, which I won't repeat. But I think I would simply direct you to questioning the motives of the councils in terms of the approach that's been taken with the JLP. Thank you.
Mr. James.
Thank you, sir. Just in terms of paragraph 26 of the framework, which is clearly the key policy now in relation to cooperation, what is clear within paragraph 26 is that it states that engagement and ongoing joint working is integral to the production of a positively prepared and justified strategy. So from there, what's clear is that that does not stop at the housing number. I think what we've heard earlier on is that the joint councils consider that having agreed a housing number means that they have satisfied that cooperation. The City Council were clear earlier that they don't consider that that progresses to then engaging on a strategy. And the reason why strategy is so important in soundness terms, inspectors, is, as Ms. Mulliner said earlier, paragraph 11A of the framework requires that local plans have a sustainable promote a sustainable pattern of development. Now, without understanding where Oxford City's unmet needs are being located, it's difficult to understand whether the pattern of development ascribed by this plan is sustainable, because it may be that those numbers are delivered in a location that is not sustainably accessible into Oxford. But also picking up on a point made earlier by the City Council, I think it was, in terms of the type of land made available. So paragraph 8A of the framework requires sufficient land of the right types is available in the right places. So if the sites that are to meet Oxford City's unmet needs in numerical terms are sites that are small in nature and would accommodate higher density development, i.e. flats, but Oxford City's unmet need is actually family housing, then the plan wouldn't be satisfying that requirement either in soundness terms. Thank you.
It was just a small point to build on Mr. Knott's point. And as a result of the Reg 10A review, and as a result of that the councils having based their 5-year supplies off a standard method since then, that does mean that any of the completions Mr. Rice pointed to have not been counted to a housing requirement that incorporated Oxford's unmet needs. So again, those sites that have delivered, and there are few of them, they have not actually been counted to a housing requirement that includes Oxford's unmet needs, ring-fenced or not. So it comes back to this point about actual delivery and what is happening here. And it comes back to the point about airbrushing delivery and supply. So the perceived 5-year supply that you have at the moment is actually comprised of sites that are meant for Oxford's unmet needs, but that is based on a standard method figure that doesn't account for that. And I think these are the issues that we're running into here, and we risk rinsing and repeating the same problems if we don't actually get to the heart of those issues. And I think it is actually quite sad that we've ended up only having this memorandum of understanding a week beforehand when these issues have been alive for the last 20 years and no real delivery has been made on these sites.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Ms. Baker.
I've just got 3 non-housing related points. Just on the sites first, LPA 69 includes the sites. They're not new or revolutionary or hidden in any way. And I'll reiterate again, the AMRs, Table 5 and Table 7, we do monitor unmet needs. They are separate. The case seems to be that nothing is preventing a separate housing requirement, but there's nothing before you that explains why the arrangements aren't effective. Last point on paragraph 26 of the MPPF, we've answered that in the matter statement. 2.2.c, we do agree that development needs cannot be wholly met within a particular plan area and they need to be met elsewhere. That is agreed. I'll pass on to Tom Rice.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. I just wanted to clarify one point, because I think we've heard multiple points on what the housing requirement is in HOU1. So there are 2 requirements, one for each district, and each district will have its own requirement and monitor its own 5-year land supply against that. Then there was just a point on paragraph 67 that the City Council raised, which was suggesting that the MPPF leaves the door open for multiple housing requirements. That specific point is a mechanism that interacts with paragraph 14 of the MPPF and setting specific requirements for neighbourhood plans and the protection that paragraph 14 and then consequently in its interaction with paragraph 11 offers. So I wouldn't accept that paragraph 67 is a generic. You may include multiple requirements, including, for example, neighbourhood plan groups. And the last point, which is going back to the issue of the sites which are currently allocated and delivering for Oxford's unmet need. It goes back to the point that Mr. Bedford was raising in the introduction to this session, which is we don't have a command economy. There will be people who move in and out of these properties, and to take the Vale of White Horse and to, one of the only councils which has SIN delivery on site specifically that it identified for unmet need, to punish that council by saying, well, you've delivered, that should be coming off of or adding to your future requirements. So I don't accept that argument on the Reg 10A review. I think that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll adjourn now and come back at 4 o'clock. Thank you. So we'll resume the hearing now. Ms. Baker, you've got your nameplate up. So I think we touched on things before the break, particularly in terms of the unmet need and potential sort of foreshadowed the discussions that we'll be having on Thursday in terms of the housing discussion. So I think we'll leave the sort of substantive matters there for now in terms of that housing matter. We posed a question about additional infrastructure and how sort of the approach to cooperation has informed that. And there's the Oxfordshire Infrastructure Strategy, the Oxis report that was submitted to the examination library last week. So in terms of that, how firstly, sort of what is that telling us about infrastructure needs over the plan period? Does a plan need to be modified to address that as well? I suppose just in terms of, just as an overview.
So I think the short answer is we think no. Obviously, we've answered your question 2.4 and we've set out our more detailed thoughts there, but we haven't identified a need in the light of what has now been agreed in relation to Oxford's unmet needs, that throws up any issue for any additional infrastructure beyond what the plan already provides for.
Thank you. Yes, so I was the council's lead officer for Oxis, so I should be able to help you with some of those questions, sir. So the purpose of Oxis was deliberately to look at large-scale strategic infrastructure that we normally struggle to link specifically to development via the SIL Regulation 123 tests. So they're infrastructure that in the large part mitigates the global impact of development in the county while not cutting across the IDPs or the evidence bases for the adopted or merging local plans. So to support what Mr. Bedford said, the work on Oxis does not contradict or undermine any of the evidence base for the JLP, but it does demonstrate that strategic working with our partners at Oxford City, the County Council and the other district councils to identify those strategic infrastructure requirements across things like green infrastructure, blue infrastructure, nature recovery, as well as looking at existing infrastructure pressures that sort of exist regardless of new development. So sewerage infrastructure being a particular example around Oxford, but also in the north of the county looking at grid capacity. So again, types of things that aren't necessarily that you would secure developer contributions through via a Section 106 agreement, but are necessary to unlock development overall. I hope that's helpful, but if there's any probing questions you have, sir, please do ask.
Okay, so we have Mr. Sheikh's points on the sort of Reading cooperation and the potential infrastructure items that might be required, in relation to Reading. Have you got any views on that and how cooperation with Reading has helped to inform what that might look like over the planned period?
Sorry. So as far as I understand, the main issues in relation to Reading are transport infrastructure. And we worked very closely with County Council as the highway authority in developing Oxis and reflecting the views of the County Council in Oxis. But I do acknowledge that there is that difference in opinion between Reading Borough Council in terms of the transport mitigation and what Oxfordshire County Council think is appropriate. I also understand that Berkshire are thinking of doing a Oxis equivalent, Boxis, which would then be a strategic infrastructure document for Berkshire, and then will interact with Oxis and our local plans, but ultimately, hopefully towards the end of the year, when we, fingers crossed, have announcements on the spatial development strategy boundaries, those documents will be the appropriate mechanism for picking up and planning strategic infrastructure across the Thames Valley.
So there's a difference of opinion still remains between the the three districts essentially, and the county council on that particular highways issue.
Are you referring to the crossing of the Thames? Yes. Okay. So there has been an ongoing work programme there, but I think it is just ongoing. There are no resolutions. It is a piece of potential strategic infrastructure. That's as far as it has got, really. The working group for that got to the point of developing a draft business case in 2022. I think we were not able to progress that draft business case any further. So it is just a desired piece of infrastructure, but as you can see from DUC 07, there were no unresolved strategic infrastructure matters with Reading.
Mr. Sheikh.
Thank you, sir. It's helpful to have that clarity, albeit that clarity, I think, isn't perhaps reflected in the most up-to-date documents in the examination library. So the statement of common ground between the councils and Reading, which is DUC 07, sets out the difference in opinion in respect of the transport links and other infrastructure, so cross-boundary infrastructure. That, as far as I understand, is probably reflects the most recent position. Obviously, our position is that just perhaps because an impasse has been reached doesn't mean that that's the end of the requirement to cooperate and seek to explore whether an agreement might be reached. If there has been ongoing discussions, it's helpful to understand that, albeit it would be even more helpful to see what those discussions have been or understand in greater detail the extent to which there has been an attempt at least to agree further on these matters.
Thank you. So we've got LPA 77, which is the Reading position paper, but that concentrates on the housing issue, doesn't it, rather than the infrastructure. Was there any reason that the sort of infrastructure position hadn't moved on?
Because nothing has changed with regards to that business case. It is still a working group that would need funding and resurrecting in order to progress that scheme. Or an alternative scheme.
So the latest position between Reading and the councils is as Mr. Sheikh said, it's in that document, in the statement of.
Yes, it hasn't evolved since then.
So if I might add, we understand that's the position in respect of the crossing. We also understand that Reading's emerging local plan expressly provides for mobility hubs, which are also cross-boundary infrastructure. So that they're distinct from the crossing. And it'd be helpful to understand, given that's post the statement of common ground position, where there is clearly a difference in opinion, the extent to which the councils have been engaging with that point, which Reading clearly are pursuing.
Anything further to add on that, Ms. Baker?
I think I would have to check that. I do recall some engagement on their local transport work, relation to mobility hubs. Can we get back to you on that? Is that okay?
Yeah, if we can record that as an action point, please.
Yeah.
Mr. Tennant?
Thank you, sir. It's a point in reference to the Oxys, and having been through the document over the last few days since it was published last week, DIO are keen to make the point that there does seem to be the terminology used in relation to its interests at Dalton Barracks, which is referenced 36 times in the document. It's a point about the Marcham Interchange and Marcham Road Corridor, reference for item 414 ID in the document. It specifically identifies this corridor, the Marcham corridor, as a district level piece of infrastructure, and the improvements to the Marcham Road corridor and Marcham Interchange as district level. The point that DIO are very keen to stress is that this piece of infrastructure and the upgrades required should be classified or reclassified as a piece of strategic transport infrastructure of county-wide importance, not just the development level importance the document seems to place upon it. The Marcham Interchange and Marcham Road Corridor performs a much wider function about connecting Abingdon, Milton Park, Harwell, Didcot, Grove, Wantage, Oxford, and the A34 as a strategic road network, and contributes significantly to commuting, freight, business, major employers, and strategic east-west connectivity. So the DIO considered that this should be reclassified as a strategically important piece of infrastructure, and through main modifications and proposals in DIO's Regulation 19 representations, in our more recent MIQ responses, that interchange and that corridor be reclassified, and highway infrastructure to the west of Abingdon be safeguarded as a transport route through main modifications in the JLP policy IN3 to enhance transport connectivity and infrastructure provision west of Abingdon.
Thank you, Mr. Knott.
Thank you, sir. Whilst we're dealing with the Oxys, which is, as has been commented on, recently appeared LPA 71, it's one of those wonderful documents that doesn't have paragraph numbers. So if I could point you to page 17, there's a subsection which is titled Housing Growth. And the second paragraph in that section reads, in simple terms, it identifies that it's predicated on a level of housing growth of between 4,730 and 5,190 homes per annum. And for those who have been operating in Oxfordshire for as long as many of the people around this table, that annual target of 5,000 homes a year is very familiar. It's the figure that was based on the SHMA of 2014. It was the figure that was based on the housing and growth deal of 2018 and the figure which the adopted plans have sought to meet collectively whilst dealing with Oxford City's unmet needs through a plan-led approach. The JLP doesn't contribute positively towards meeting that overall target. This is the point we'll expand on Thursday, but just to make the point that the Oxis was predicated on a different strategy over different timescales to what is being looked at here.
Okay, any responses from the councils on that, please?
So I'll just make a brief point that much of that sounds like it relates more to either matter 5 or to matter 3 than it does to the issue that we're talking about this afternoon. It also, insofar as it relates to the content of Oxis, and this is obviously the DIO's concerns, obviously the Oxis project is not a South and Vale document alone. It's a collective document, and I don't easily see how this examination could make recommendations in terms of the soundness of this plan that entail changes being made to Oxis, which sits outside of this plan. So if the categorisation of a particular type of infrastructure in Oxis is to treat it as a district level issue, I don't easily see how this examination can direct that Oxis should change the way that it deals with that, because it's not really for this examination to do that.
Sorry, there is one point I'd like to raise in response to Dantek's point about the housing targets within Oxis. So on page 21, and I do apologise for the lack of paragraph numbers, but underneath the heading housing growth, there is a paragraph there that says, for the purposes of Oxis, 3 theoretical scenarios were used to estimate housing growth. Critically, this work does not replace an economic needs assessment. The growth scenarios are not indicative of housing need and should not be used or interpreted as such. So there is that caveat in Oxis itself. Their population projections used to test and identify different scenarios for pressures and on infrastructure, but they are not themselves a housing need assessment and shouldn't be used for local plan making.
And just to clarify what status the Oxis document actually has at present in terms of the degree to which it's been signed off by local authorities or not?
It was endorsed by the Joint Leaders Committee in I'll get the exact date for that one. But it's got cabinet papers for Oxfordshire County Council that hasn't gone through that process yet. So no council has formally adopted, endorsed Oxis yet. But if you can bear with me, by the end of today, I'll give you the dates for the Joint Leaders Committee that considered it.
Already given that date. That was the 24th of April 2026 in 2.4.3 of the hearing statement.
Perfect. Thank you, Mike. You had the reference to hand. And then, yes, we can confirm when County Council, who are the first of the authorities taking it through, I believe, when their intended date for that is. We're looking at a September, potentially October Cabinet Committee to take Oxis to South and Vale.
Okay, I'd like to bring Oxford City Council in now on the, so in the hearing statement, you've made reference to Cowley branch line. So if you'd like to articulate that for the benefit of the hearing, please.
Thank you. Yes. We've referenced the Cowley branch line project because it's an issue that the City Council has been working with partners to progress the reopening of the Cowley branch line to passengers. We've been working very closely with the County Council in particular, and to that end, we're encouraged by the County Council to have a policy in our emerging local plan which requires developer contributions towards delivery of the Cowley branch line within a buffer zone of that line. We've raised it in our responses at Reg 18 and Reg 19 to the JLP, in part because we were surprised that the same approach hadn't been taken in the JLP. I realise this is a kind of second-hand point, really. I'm surprised that the county hadn't raised it at the JLP. We would have expected the same approach to have been taken in both jurisdictions because of the proximity of that line to the boundary between Oxford and South Oxfordshire. Our position is that as if the County Council considers that the Regulation 122 tests are met in relation to contributions from Oxford, then logically they should be necessary within South Oxfordshire. So really it's a consistency point really about this important project.
So is this something that's also going to be covered in the statement of common ground?
There is a heading on this point in the emerging bilateral statement of common ground.
Any reactions to that at this point?
Yes.
I mean, on the basis that we're waiting for the statement of common ground. So
it is in the statement of common ground. There is a point of agreement in the statement of common ground, which is that we support the Cowley branch line coming forward. But in relation to the points in the statement from Oxford, we think it's important to distinguish between desirable infrastructure and the infrastructure necessary to make development acceptable in planning terms. The sites that do sit next to Oxford, particularly in South Oxfordshire, were allocated on the basis of the available evidence at the time, and the Cowley branch line was not identified as essential infrastructure required to support those allocations or make them acceptable in planning terms. So we agree it will bring benefits to a wider area, but it doesn't follow that the allocations contributing to unmet need would contribute in a financial sense. If the infrastructure wasn't required to justify them at the point of the allocation, we don't see how the test necessity could now be satisfied.
Was it related to the last point? I'll let you.
Thank you. It was just to confirm that a week today on the 14th of July is County Council's cabinet for Oxford. So thank you, just wrapping that point up.
Yeah, it's just picking up the point about broader strategic issues. And obviously the MOU focuses on unmet need, and just really the extent to which the emerging statement of common ground would cover those broader issues rather than just focusing on need or how to meet that need.
The way it's currently drafted is we defer the whole issue of unmet need to the MOU or the interim statement of common ground. So the remainder of the bilateral currently drafted includes the other points of contention. So on memory, it includes the ring fencing issue, delivery, economic housing balance, county branch line. I think that's everything.
Okay, are there any final points on this matter before we wrap up for the day? Okay, thank you. So that concludes our hearing on matter 2. Thank you for your contributions. So we'll resume the hearing tomorrow with matter 4. With matter 5, we're just running a bit out of sequence. So if we could do our housekeeping session with the councils, just to run through any action points that we've discussed today. You're quite free to stay if you wish, but we don't want to keep you here if you want to go. So we'll just take a break for about 5 minutes while people go if they wish. points if you're ready. So the first one I've got is the opening statement to be put onto the examination library.
Yes, that's easy. We could do that tonight. Yeah.
So the next one I've got is for neighbourhood plans to be added to the library as well.
Yes, I think the Tame one already is in the library, so it was the remaining 6, I think. Yeah. Again, we can do that tonight.
There was checking any references to the Watlington air quality management area in the plan, and I think we had paragraph 4.5.2 of the plan and policy CE9 with a view to those potential amendment, was it?
Yes, I think it's slightly more complicated in that we've realised it's for DEFRA to revoke them once we've done a process. So having checked at lunchtime, I think we've done our bit, but they're not officially on the DEFRA list revoked. So I can put that in a note to you to explain. But I think at the moment, they are still pending revocation officially.
Yeah, so can we revise the action to just have a note that captures that, please?
Would you, for example, it clearly wouldn't be a matter for a main modification if the AQMAs legally still exist, but there may be a mechanism whether by an asterisk or a footnote to capture that slight potential change of status, which just might make it clear in terms of alerting people to the fact that there's a potential change, even if there isn't a change. And we could certainly look at how you could do that. If that would be helpful.
Yes, please. There's an action point for us to go away and think about guidance on the difference between strategic and non-strategic policies.
Yeah, and then there was the issue of updating LPO 63 in terms of the plan period, that the baseline date for 2025 and extending it to 2043, updating the calculations in terms of housing and employment. And for employment, I requested that you do it for base date of 2025, 2043 and 2021, 2043, and then the associated documents as well. LPA 32, 33 and 34, I think. All right.
I'm querying whether LPA 63 needs updating, or whether it's simply bringing those other documents into line with LPA 63. I hadn't got a note that LPA 63 was to be updated, but we can look at that and add it to the suite and see. I mean, effectively, what you want is consistency between the documents and the suggested change to the plan periods.
I think LPA 63 went to 2042, was it? Or had it gone to 2043? It also didn't reflect the 2025 baseline, I don't think.
Sorry, I think we'd suggested in the hearing statement that certainly there should be a different version of table 2 in LPA 63, which we provided in the hearing statement already. Because I think the point was that you, quite rightly, if I can say so, raised a concern about, in a sense, trying to update figures and applying affordability rates that related to one period to a different time period. We recognise that, as it were, methodologically that throws up problems. We tried to address that, we thought, sort of correctly in the hearing statement, and we'd said that really you should substitute that for LPA 63. But perhaps what we just need to do is check whether there's anything else in LPA 63 that needs revision, as opposed to a new version of it altogether, if that's satisfactory.
Yeah, that would cover it. Okay.
Sorry, Mum, can I check the timescales you wanted that ready for? Was that in advance of Thursday?
This is where it may be quite challenging. I do appreciate the scale of the task to do that, whether it's possible by Thursday. It would help inform the discussion, certainly. But I don't know whether it's possible.
We've already put the consultants to work, so to speak, on this. I'm hoping definitely hopefully at the start of tomorrow, we'll be able to give you an update roughly of where they think the timescales are for that. But by the end of the day tomorrow, we'll certainly be able to give you an update as to whether it's ready, and then hopefully submit to the examination library so that everybody else can spend Wednesday night, unfortunately, probably having a read of it. But yes, we can make sure that's available ahead of the sessions on Thursday, but we'll update you in the morning.
Okay. Yeah, the next point we have is checking engagement in terms of transport infrastructure with Reading. Is that?
That was the next one on my list.
That's good.
Assuming it's the next one everybody else is.
I got it specifically as the mobility hubs in Reading. Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah. So we've got the date for Oxford going to Cabinet. Done.
Did you want us to try to identify the dates, if they exist, for the other local authorities to deal with Oxis, or are you not sufficiently interested?
We're examining this plan, so we have the dates with us for councils.
I think we're happy for the dates for both of the councils which you've given us, and the county council as well, seeing as they're sort of the overarching body with that responsibility.
Thank you. Yes, I understand that we will be the last taking it through because we decided not to do it at the same time as these hearings. So we'll be following after the summer break, but I understand that West Oxfordshire and Cherwell will be ahead of us. So we'll bring up the rear.
not an action point, but obviously the bilateral statement of common ground with Oxford is going to be something that's we're going to keep nattering you about. So, you know, when you do get a firmer position on when we might receive it, you know, if you can communicate that as soon as possible, that'd be useful.
Just in terms of the action points, would it be possible to provide us with a list at the end of the day, having gone through them now, and then we can check them and sign them off, and it just avoids having to do it at the end of each week? It's a bit more laborious then, doesn't it? A long list of points to go through.
No problem. We'll share those with Ian, the programme officer, today.
Thank you. So that concludes our discussions for today, and we'll reconvene at 9:30 tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much.